mga panauhin mula po sa Department of Public Works and Highways, Senior Undersecretary Emil Sadain, Undersecretary Eugenio R. Pipo Jr., Undersecretary for Regional Operations in Luzon, Undersecretary Ador Canlas, Undersecretary for Regional Operations in Visayas and Mindanao, Undersecretary Maria Catalina Cabral, Undersecretary for Planning and PPPS, Assistant Secretary Constante A. Llanes, Assistant Secretary for Planning Service and the Legislative Liaison Office. Saan yun? Wala siya. Okay, Assistant Secretary Loretta Malaluan, Assistant Secretary for Regional Operations in Luzon. Assistant Secretary Nery Bueno, Assistant Secretary for Regional Operations in Visayas and Mindanao. Director Alex Bote, Director for the Planning Service. Kasama din po natin si Director Ramon Ariola III, Flood Control Management Cluster, UPMO. Kasama po natin mula sa National Capital Region, Regional Director Gerard Opulencia. Andito po ba yung taga-CAR? Si Regional Director Kadadi D. Tanggol. Region 1, Regional Director Ronald Tan. Region 2, Regional Director Matayas Malenab. Region 3, Regional Director Roselier Tolentino. Region 4A, Regional Director Jovel Mendoza. Region 4B, Regional Director Gerald Pacanan. Region 4, Regional Director Virgilio Eduarte. Region 6, Region 6, Regional Director Joel Impenco. Negros Island Region Director Regional Director Denise Maria Ayag. Okay. Region 7, Regional Director Danilo Villa Jr. Region 8, Regional Director Edgar Tabacon. Region 9, Regional Director Kayamombao Dia. Region 10, Regional Director Lilibeth Aparecio. Okay po. Region 11, Regional Director Juby Cordon. Region 12, Regional Director Basir Ibrahim. Region 13, Regional Director Alex Ramos. Yung mga hindi na lang po nabati, pakisabi na lang po siguro sa amin. Ay, ito pala. Boss, dito. Dito mo na ako speaker? Dito pa. Dito ka na. Dito ka na. Kasama rin ho natin si Congressman Roger Mercado, former DPWH Secretary. At kasama na rin ho natin ngayon si Secretary Manny Bonoan ng Department of Public Works and Highways. Andito rin po si Deputy Minority Leader Laila De Lima. Yung mga hindi pa ho nabanggit, pakiabot na lang po sa akin yung listahan, please. Okay. Very important po yung briefing po ngayon ng DPWH, particularly because the President in the State of the Nation address mentioned very particular things, no? And I will have to quote him. Kamakailan lamang nag-inspeksyon ako sa mga naging epekto ng habagat, bagyong Krising, Dante at Emong. Kitang-kita ko na maraming proyekto para sa flood control ay palpak at gumuho, at yung iba, guni-guni lang. Huwag na po tayo magkunwari, alam naman ng buong madla na nagkakarakit sa mga proyekto. Mga kickback, mga initiative, errata, SOP, for the boys. Kaya sa mga nakikipagsabuatan upang kunin ang pondo ng bayan at nakawin ang kinabukasan ng ating mamamayan, mahiya naman kayo sa inyong mga kapwa Pilipino. Mahiya naman kayo sa mga kabahayan nating naanod o nalubog sa mga pagbaha. Mahiya naman kayo, lalo sa mga anak natin na magmamana sa mga utang na ginawa ninyo na binulsan nyo lang ang pera. Para hindi na maulit, so this will not happen again. First, the DPWH will immediately submit to me, to the President, a list of all flood control projects from every region that were started or completed in the last 3 years. Second, the Regional Project Monitoring Committee shall examine that list of projects and give a report on those that have been failures, those that were not finished, and those that are alleged to be ghost projects. And third, we will publish this list. Isa sa publiko natin ang listahang ito. Kaya ang publiko na saksi sa mga proyektong ito ay malayang suriin sa listahan at magbahagi ng kanilang nalalaman para makatulong sa ating investigasyon. At the same time, there will be an audit and performance review regarding these projects to check and make sure and to know how your money was spent. End of quote. No? So very important po yung public briefing na ito and the future hearings relating to flood control projects because it is a presidential pronouncement and it is close to the hearts of the nation as to the status of these flood control projects in light of recent typhoons. No? So, binabanggit po ng Pangulo ilang mga bagay. Palpak at gumuho ng mga proyekto. So basically, ang pinag-usapan niya po dito yung mga substandard ng mga proyekto. Binabanggit niya rin po yung usapin po ng mga guni-guning mga proyekto. So basically, yung pong mga ghost projects. Ano? Binabanggit din po niya yung mga racket sa mga proyekto. Kickback, SOP, For the Boys, errata, initiatives. At naglatag ang Pangulo ng ilang action steps. No? Una, yung pagbibigay po ng listahan ng lahat ng flood control projects at i-determine po yung 5 mga bagay. Una, what has been started. Pangalawa, what has been completed. What were failures. Pang-apat, what were not finished. At panghuli, what were the ghost projects. No? At the level of Congress, as soon as the State of the Nation address was finished, House Speaker Martin Romualdez already made a clear response to the President's call. And he has been seeking a comprehensive congressional review of all infrastructure projects and fund implementation. This is this response of Congress today. And a particular focus will be on ghost projects, bloated contracts, chronic underspending, and abuse of discretion in fund realignment and procurement. And the Speaker himself stated very specific action steps. Una po, real-time public reporting of project progress and fund use. Pangalawa, mandatory compliance with performance standards by contractors and agencies. Pangatlo, national infrastructure audit framework to prevent misuse of public funds. No? So this Committee on Public Accounts meeting is the House's immediate response to the President's pronouncement in the SONA, and we will seek answers from government's infrastructure agencies on the following matters. First, the necessity of flood management and control systems. Second, the existence of regional river basin and river system river system master plans. Third, the impact of climate change, environment risks, and human activity on flood control systems. Fourth, the project cycle of flood control projects. Fifth, we would like to be able to get a report on flood control projects in the last 3 years as stated by the President, what had been started, what had been completed, what had been delayed, what were failures, what were not completed, what had not been started, what were substandard, and are there existence of ghost projects. Sixth, we would like to know the implementation impact of flood control projects that were placed in the National Expenditure Program versus congressional initiatives types that versus flood control programs which were congressional initiatives. We would like to determine whether there exists feasibility studies for both types of proposals. We would like to determine whether there were detailed studies for both types of proposals. We would like to determine whether there exists delay risks. We would like to determine what the department has actually undertaken, on whether or not they have discretion to suspend implementation absent actual studies. And we would want to know the origination of congressional initiative projects as well. Seventh, we would like to get a report on the status of flood control projects during the most recent typhoons. Did the facilities fail? Where were the areas where the flood control facilities worked? Does the department take accountability for the floods? And finally, we would like to be able for the central office and the regional offices to be able to make a report relating to all of these. No? Next, we would want to know for areas in the National Capital Region and areas within Manila Bay, whether or not there is an impact relating to floods on the Manila Bay reclamation that is being undertaken in different parts of Manila Bay. Next, we would like to get the list of contractors which implemented the largest flood control projects by project cost in the last 3 years. We would like to get a national list, and we would like to be able to get a regional list. Within this list, we would want to know which were completed, which were delayed, which were failures, which were substandard, which were ghost projects. We would also want to know whether or not the department has already undertaken a blacklisting of contractors due to flood control project delays or failure, substandard implementation, or ghost projects. And finally, together with the House Committee on Good Government, we would like to be able to know whether or not rackets, kickbacks, SOPs for the boys are actually occurring at whichever level of government, whether at the level of the agency, whether at the level of Congress, whether at the level of the contractor. We will invite persons with personal knowledge of these activities to blow the whistle, participate in future hearings, expose conspiring contractors, government officials, and employees and private persons who are involved in these activities. The committee will be fair, but we will be firm. The nation deserves nothing less. Maraming salamat po. Okay, at this point, mga kaibigan, we would like to hear from the chairperson of the House Committee on Public Works, former Senior Undersecretary of the Department of Public Works and Highways.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairman. Gandang hapon ho sa ating lahat, lalo na sa mga opisyalis ng Department of Public Works and Highways who are with us this afternoon, headed by Secretary Manuel Bunoan, Senior Undersecretary Emil Sadain, Yusik Pipo, Yusik Canlas, and all other officials, Department of Public Works and Highways. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. The purpose of the briefing, is stated by the chairman, is in support with the President's pronouncement na kailangan i-review natin or kaya investigate ang implementation ng projects all throughout the country because it is perceived that there seems to be a failure in the implementations of many projects implemented by the Department of Public Works and Highways. So, siguro para maintindihan lang natin kung paano ginawa ang isang budget, and also to clear the misconception or notion that Congress, especially the lower house, has the participation in identifying projects as well as in prioritizing projects for implementation. So siguro mas magandang to better appreciate how the budget is being prepared, I will bring you to the preparation of the NEP by the Department of Public Works and Highways. Every January or February of each year, the Department of Public Works and Highways, through the planning service, will require all RDs, all regional offices, to submit their RPBs, or the regional budget, RBPs, or the regional budget proposal. These RBPs are being prepared by each regional office. In return, ang mga ang mga regional director requires all district engineering offices to submit their own RBPs. So, magsasubmit din sila ng kanilang mga priority projects. These priority projects are projects that were based on the result of the pre-FS or feasibility studies conducted by the Department of Public Works and Highways, or even project concept papers for infrastructure. So ang ginagawa nila pag mayroon na yan, isa-submit nila yan as their priority. And one requirement for this particular project is that this should pass through the Provincial Development Council and then to be submitted to the regional office for them also to present this to the Regional Development Council. Ibig sabihin, yung mga proyekto na nilalagay nila for inclusion in the next budget ay dumaan sa scrutiny ng Provincial Development Council at the Regional Development Council. So ganun kahigpit ang pagpili ng proyekto ng isang distrito. So ngayon, karamihan ng RBPs na isusubmit ng mga regional office are beyond the ceiling of the regional office. Kasi parang wish list ito ng mga regional office. Karamihan nito malalaki ang kanilang submittal. Example, magsasubmit sila ng 200 billion piso project na lahat ay dumaan sa RDCs, pero ang marirelease sa kanila per the ceiling of the Department of Public Works and Highways ay 35 billion lang or 40 billion lang out of the 200 billion submittals. So and therefore, isusubmit nila yon doon sa central office who will eventually select the project. The project will be selected by the Department of Public Works and Highways based on their criteria. So may mga criteria sila kung ano yung dapat nating isama doon sa mga project na yan. One major criteria nila is Tier 1. Yung mga ongoing projects, yung mga multi-year projects, yung mga continuing projects. Then mayroon silang Tier 2, but this should subject to feasibility studies nga, submittal. And then, one of these is the OO2 or ano yung pangalan ng OO2? Organizational Outcome 2, which is flood control. So nasama diyan ang flood control. Yes. Not yet siguro.
Mamaya na lang, ma'am. Patapusin na.
Tapos na lang, ha?
Later na lang, ma'am. Later.
Yeah. Actually, the ceiling of the Department of Public Works and Highways or any other agency of government is based on the total budget for the year. So yung budget for the year, halimbawa 6 trillion, through the economic managers, mga economic managers ang mag-identify through DBM the ceiling of each agency of government. Sila yon. Then, when the Department of Public Works and Highways or other agencies of government receive the ceiling, sila din yung mag-reallocate nitong funds na to the regional office, depending on the needs of the regional office, and it follows the formula of the Department of Public Works and Highways. May mga formula po sila. Ang formula nila is of course, poverty incidence, number of inhabitants, size of the region, and so on and so forth. There are so many criteria for that particular formula. Now, yung department ngayon ang magpili sa RBP na sinabit ng region. Remember that the region submits more than their allocation. For example, ang isang region, 35 billion nga lang ang matanggap, pero 200 billion ang nasubmit na project. It's them who will decide the projects that will be included in the NEP or the National Expenditure Program. Bakit ko ito sinabi? Para mawala yung misconception na ang nag-determine ng mga projects, mga congressmen. It's not. It is based on the submittal of the department, reviewed by the Provincial Development Council and the Regional Development Council. Ngayon, mayroon ng projects na lumabas, halimbawa, equivalent to the 35 billion for one region, it will be again subdivided or reallocated into the district. Mayroon din silang criteria paano ito i-distribute. Now, pag mayroon ng NEP, the NEP that the projects that are prepared by the Department of Public Works and Highways in the form of NEP or National Expenditure Program, it will be submitted to the Department of Budget and Management for them to review. And then after the review of DBM without correction, for example, and all other agencies have submitted already, they will now present this to the executive department for them to approve. Once approved, after the zone of the President, 2 weeks after, it will be presented to us for deliberation. Ngayon, ano ang dinideliberate natin dito? Ang dinideliberate ng Congress is the NEP or the National Expenditure Program. Yon ang ating nire-review. Nire-review natin ang lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno na mayroong submittal through that NEP. No? So isa-isa doon, ang NEP nila, i-convert natin into GAB or General Appropriations Bill, and then we will conduct the first reading, and then it will be passed to the Committee on Appropriations for the detailed discussion. Ngayon, nadidiscuss natin yan, it passed through process, mayroong period of amendments kung saan binibigyan ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno to submit their errata. So may mga errata sila. Yung errata nila is agency-sponsored errata, but it does not prohibit the Congress as our powers to amend or to make amendments on some of the provisions of that particular GAB because nare-review nga natin. Nakita natin na may mga ahensya ng gobyerno na ang absorptive capacity mahina, binabawasan natin yan, and so on and so forth. Ganun yan, no? And after the approval, the third reading, it is submitted to Senate. So Congress is composed of 2 houses, the lower house and the upper house, and therefore, ang ating finished product, isasubmit natin sa kanila. Yun yun. I made this explanation para mawala lang yung pag-akala nila na tayo, ang mga membro ng Congress, ang naglalagay ng budget doon sa NEP. At saka yung ating nire-review ang NEP, National Expenditure Program, which originates from the Executive Department. Yun lang, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Momo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, wala naman siguro nakikita tayong problema dun sa preparation ng NEP by the Executive at yung approval ng House dun sa ating GAB. Ang naging problema dito sa ating budget ngayon, hindi naman sa preparasyon natin dito eh. Ang naging problema dun sa BICAM, kung saan ang allegation may mga insertions na hindi na pag-aralang mabuti ng Department of Public Works and Highways. So, to simplify all these things, simple lang naman, ano ba yung mga insertions, ano ba yung mga proyekto na yon? Yun naman ang pinagmulan lahat eh. At palagay ko, nagkataon lang na napansin ng ating Pangulo na bumaha, nadamay na itong mga proyekto na ito. ang dapat siguro nating tingnan dito, ano ba talaga yung mga flood control projects na pumalpak. So, to simplify, kasi kung iisa-isay natin lahat yan, hindi tayo matatapos dito. Siguro, we can just ask the DPWH to submit all these projects, tapos magkaroon tayo ng individual reviews per our regions, yung ating mga concerns na regions. Yun yung siguro pinakamaganda natin gawin. Dahil yung NEP, GAB, yan ay yung sistema natin. Hindi naman natin pwedeng baguhin na yan. It's our right as a representative of the people to propose amendments, to review the proposal of each department. So, hindi na mababago ito. Ang question lang, meron ba mga congressional insertions during the BICAM na hindi naman dumaan sa pag-aaral, especially the flood control projects, ng agency concerned.
Maraming salamat, SDML Erice.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chairman,
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair. Is this an investigation or
Not
just
yet.
merely a
It's just a
briefing?
briefing, still a briefing.
So if it is a briefing, Mr. Chair, then we just let the department to present to us. Then later on, I will have questions about the implementation, how this project has been prepared. We'll just let the department first present to us the programs of the project, Mr. Chair.
Well, before giving it to Secretary Bonoan, we'd like to get some remarks first from Congressman Mercado, former DPWH Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of this very important committee, the Committee on Public Accounts, our guest, Secretary Bunuan and staff, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The Department of Public Works and Highways has always been true to its mandate in providing the projects and recommending them to Congress for approval. And true to its mission, indeed, of all the departments, I would say, because I was there, been there, and as a secretary of the Department of Public Works and Highways, and now on my 8th term as a member of Congress, I can say that the Department of Public Works and Highways has always been in the forefront of providing us the infrastructure advices and preparation of the projects which our different provinces are really requesting or wants to be implemented in order that, of course, we will also progress like the other provinces. And so I can really attest that the Department of Public Works and Highways, even then under the leadership of Secretary Bunuan, he has always been there, and he is now in the helm of the department. The members of Congress, to be candid, are welcome, and Secretary Bunuan and the staff are really very knowledgeable, because these are not ordinary problems that we are presenting to them. The Department of Public Works and Highways is a technical arm, the technical arm of the government. It provides the design, it provides the planning, the maintenance, the construction, and we are given the guide on the quality and standard that it should be implemented. So I would say that the department has performed. We should, instead of giving them problems, I think we have to focus in encouraging them to perform their work. Because in these trying times, we all should be helping each other. We cannot solve this problem if we will not be united. The problem is there. We know that it is caused by climate change. It's there already. Even before, when I was still a student, 3 decades ago, in Moraita, in España, in Recto, even in Mindoro, there was already flooding. How much more today? When we have already 15 million citizens living in the metropolis and contributing at least 1 kilo of garbage a day. So I think really, Secretary Bunuan, I would, as a former secretary of the DPWH and the rest of us here, we would like to commend you and continue what you are doing now, cleaning our esteros, the Pasig River. You have been good in that. Do something with our pumping stations. So, continue. Perhaps it's the right time today because it's already a sunny day. We can already work. But to all, I would say that the enemy of our highways is the rain. Pagbasa talaga ang kalsada, hindi natin pwedeng galawin, hindi natin kasi mas lalong masisira. But they are prepared already. All the equipments, the materials to pave and make the necessary asphalting projects are there already in the field. So now I think you can move ahead, go ahead and focus on your work as the Department of Public Works and Highways because we are there and we will always see to it that we will support your program. Only that perhaps, my dear colleagues, of course our budget is very limited, but I think the department is very sympathetic to us because they know that we are with them in providing assistance in terms of infrastructure development in our respective district. Thank you very much, Secretary Bunuan. Thank you very much, Chairman Terry Ridon.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Mercado. Bago natin na pagsalitain ang atin pong butihing secretary, basahin natin muna yung roster po ng members na dumating. Una po si Congressman Antonio Tony Pet Albano, 1st District of Isabela, former Deputy Speaker. Kasama rin po natin, bago natin makalimutan, kinatawan po ni House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Kasama po natin ngayon ang Special Advisor to the Speaker, former Senior Deputy Speaker, si Honorable Aurelio Dong Gonzales Jr. Kasama rin po natin si Congresswoman Maria Angela Garcia, 3rd District, Bataan. Congressman Adrian J. Advincula, 3rd District, Cavite, Deputy Majority Leader. Congressman Marlo Bangcoro, 1st District, Zamboanga, Sibugay. Congressman Albert Garcia, 2nd District, Bataan, Senior Vice Chair, Committee on Appropriations. Congressman Eulogio Leo Rodriguez, Lone District of Catanduanes. Congressman Jesus Manuel Bong Suntay, 4th District, Quezon City, Deputy Minority Leader. Congressman Alfredo Pido Garbin, Party List, Ako Bicol. Congressman Leandro Legarda Leviste, 1st District, Batangas. Congressman Kenneth Gatchalian, 1st District, City of Valenzuela. Congressman Joel Chua, 3rd District, City of Manila, and Chairperson of Good Government and Public Accountability. Congressman Rolando Valeriano, 2nd District, City of Manila, Chairperson, Committee of Public Order and Safety. Congressman Franz Pumaren, 3rd District, Quezon City, Chairperson, Committee on Transportation. Congressman Jerry Evangelista Perez, 2nd District, City of Zamboanga. Congresswoman Elisa Olga Co, 2nd District, Masbate. Congressman Antonio Tonico, 1st District, Masbate. Congresswoman Jennifer Lagbas, 1st District, Misamis Oriental. Excuse me. Congressman Gerald Galang, 2nd District, City of Valenzuela. Congressman Zia Alonto Adyong, Deputy Majority Leader of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur. Congressman Dimzar Sali, Lone District of Tawi-Tawi. Congressman Mark Chola Violago, 3rd District of Bulacan.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry and a few clarificatory questions, if I may. Mr. Chair, you were mentioning that this committee, although it's a briefing, due to the fact that it comes from the son of the President himself, you mentioned only most of it flood control projects and ghost projects. But this representation comes from the 1st District of Isabela, where a bridge has collapsed and was also mentioned in the SONA. In fact, today, I am filing a resolution for a full investigation of the bridge that was created even before I became congressman in the 18th Congress in 2019. And therefore, may I inquire if it is not included in the presentation of the Secretary himself and the DPWH, to please furnish us, and hopefully the committee can also tackle the infrastructure projects that the President specifically mentions in the SONA, as to make sure that this full investigation will show who the culprits are and what are the mistakes, if there is, in the projects that was destroyed na nasayang na bridge na kagaya ng 1st District of Isabela, Mr. Chair. So my parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair, is that, is this also part of this briefing? And would you please, if it is not, would you please make sure that this is included in the joint committees later on for us to investigate, Mr. Chair?
Thank you for the inquiry. There is a specific focus on flood control projects arising from the State of the Nation address of the President. But I think the orders of House Speaker Martin Romualdez is to undertake a full comprehensive review of all infrastructure projects. So I'm quite certain that the project that you mentioned will be included. And hopefully, if it is not included at the moment, as soon as we get a full hearing on the matter, we can get a report relating to this project, Your Honor. Sige po, Congressman Chodoro of Marikina, please.
Mr. Chairman, is it correct that my understanding is that this is not an inquiry at this point?
No, it's just a briefing.
A
But of course, we
briefing.
can ask questions, I think, to the Secretary, high-level officers, and the regional directors.
May I suggest at this point to give the opportunity to the Secretary to conduct the briefing, so that if there will be questions coming from the members, at least it's properly in the context of what will be the data and other information that will be provided in the briefing, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Chodoro.
Para po yung magtatanong mas malinaw at mas nasa tamang konteksto.
Okay po. Thank you, Congressman Chodoro. Well noted. So at this point, we invite Secretary Bonoan to commence with his presentation po for this briefing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Congressman Terry Ridon, Chairperson of the Committee on Public Accounts, honorable members of the committee, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon po. Initially, in behalf of the Department of Public Works and Highways, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for the opportunity to appear in this committee meeting. We view this as an important platform to provide the committee with a comprehensive update on the department's ongoing and planned infrastructure programs. We commend the Committee on Public Accounts for this initiative to conduct its review, which underscores the vital role of public accountability and transparency in the implementation of infrastructure projects and initiatives that are critical to national development and the welfare of our citizens. This afternoon, Mr. Chairman, we will present an overview of the department's key infrastructure projects under this administration's Build Better More program. These include road networks, bridges, expressways, and most notably our flood mitigation and drainage programs designed to address the increasing frequency and severity of flooding due to climate change and rapid urbanization. We will also provide updates on the project implementation and challenges we are facing on the ground, particularly in terms of right-of-way acquisition, procurement bottlenecks, and coordination with local government units and other stakeholders, among others. We recognize that efficient and timely delivery of public infrastructure not only supports economic growth, but also builds public trust in government institutions, such as the Department of Public and Highways, which remains committed to ensuring that every project is guided by the principles of good governance, value for money, and responsive to the needs of our communities. We look forward to your guidance and insights as we continue to enhance the transparency, effectiveness, and impact of our infrastructure projects. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At this point, Mr. Chairman, if you will allow us, we have a presentation to make that we will run through the members of the committee on the developments on the programs and projects of the department, how the projects evolved over the years, how the budgets have been finally enacted, and what are the status of these projects, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, there are a few slides that we want to point out. The first slide that we are showing here is actually the total budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways from 2021 to 2025. You will notice the growth of the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways. The blue lines are actually the projects, the budget of the department that were finally approved under the General Appropriations Act. That is from fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 2023. In fiscal year 2023, the General Appropriations Act budget of the department is a total of 894.166 billion, or 14% higher than the 2022 budget. In 2024, the national expenditure program level of the department was 882.2 billion pesos. However, the approved General Appropriations Act budget of the department has been 12% higher, with a total amount of 997.855 billion pesos in 2024. I'll go into the details of this later on. In 2025, the national expenditure program level of the department was 900 billion pesos. However, in the General Appropriations Act, the total level of the budget of the department for fiscal year 2025 is 1.088.8 trillion pesos. Let me go to a presentation on the capital outlays. The capital outlays and the capital outlays that we are showing now comes from 2023, 2024, the National Expenditure Program in 2025, and the General Appropriations, final budget with the department under the General Appropriations Act. You will see the increased allocations for the National Roads Program. In 2023, the roads program was allocated 458 billion pesos, increasing 491 in 2024. And in 2025, under the NEP preparation, this was explained by the good Congressman Momo a little earlier. This is the National Expenditure Program of the President that is submitted to Congress initially. So under the NEP of the 2025 budget, the roads were allocated 432.2 billion pesos. However, under the General Appropriations Act, this was increased to 584.48 billion pesos. For flood control, this has been increasingly allocated from 2023, fiscal year 2023, of 280.67 billion under the General Appropriations Act. And then in 2025, under our proposed National Expenditure Program, we allocated 298.66 billion pesos. However, in the General Appropriations Act, this was increased to a total of 346.62 billion pesos. The other infrastructure projects that were allocated from fiscal year 2023 to 2025, here again, for other projects, we allocated 61.67 billion pesos under the National Expenditure Program proposal, but this was increased to 132.93 billion pesos. So a total of capital outlays for 2025 from NEP of 792.53 billion to 1.063.04 trillion pesos in 2025. The budget summary by cost structure. The budget for 2025 of the Department for General Administration totals about 13.315 billion, which includes personal services, maintenance and other operating expenses, and capital outlays. Support operations of 0.994 billion pesos, MOE of 3.57 billion pesos, and capital outlays of 3.995 billion, for a total of 10.345 billion pesos. For operations, a total of 1.064 trillion pesos. The total, based on the General Appropriations Act, is that the personal services total 12.118 billion, maintenance and other operating expenses 6.892 billion, capital outlays 1.0687 trillion, a total of 1.0877 trillion pesos. For fiscal year 2025, the total DPWH budget increased by 90.92 billion pesos or 9% compared to 2024 General Appropriations Act. Capital outlays make up the majority at 1.068 trillion pesos, with 1.045 trillion pesos allocated for locally funded projects and 23 billion pesos for foreign assisted projects, which had allocation in 2024 as this was funded in the General Appropriations Act. Non-infrastructure capital, mainly for equipment, increased by 0.15 billion pesos or 30% from 50 billion pesos in 2024, 500 million to to 660 million pesos in 2025. Personal services went up by 2%, while MOE decreased by 4%, comparing from GAA to GAA. Now, let me just go to the outlook of our maintenance and operating expenses breakdown from 2023 to 2025. For fiscal year 23 to 2025, under our NEP, National Expenditure Program, the total budget proposal for road maintenance of national roads, routine maintenance for national roads, flood control, public buildings, floating equipment, repair, maintenance of safety devices, and MOE, total to about 25.55 billion pesos. What came out in the General Appropriations Act is a merely 6.83 billion pesos. In 2024, again, in the National Expenditure Program, we proposed a similar amount of 25.55 billion pesos. In the General Appropriations Act, it came out 7.16 billion pesos. And in 2025, the proposal is 25.77 billion pesos, and what came out in the General Appropriations Act is 6.89 billion pesos. What is very staggering here is actually the allocations for maintenance have been significantly depleted. Say, for example, in 2025, the allocation for maintenance of national roads was supposed to be 14.64 billion pesos. What came out in the General Appropriations Act is only 1.67 billion pesos. This is supposed to be the maintenance of 33,000 kilometers of national roads all over the country. Again, routine maintenance for bridges. Our proposal is 960 million pesos. What came out in the General Appropriations Act is only 460 million pesos. This is supposed to be computed on a equivalent maintenance kilometerage. This is a scientific allocation for all the maintenance allocations in every district. Flood control, we proposed a 4.32 billion pesos in the NEP. What came out is 1.06 billion pesos, and so forth and so on. So out of the 2025.77 billion pesos, only 6.89 billion pesos came out in the General Appropriations Act.
Sorry, can we return, please, to the previous slide? I think a point needs to be made about the cut on road maintenance. It is something that we have been seeing in the last couple of days as a result of the floods. There is no money for road maintenance today. Is that correct?
Well,
Not just, but in the last couple of years.
In
Because
the
of the
last-
cut from the proposal going into the BICAM and going into the JA. Is that correct, Secretary?
that is correct, Your Honor, and this will translate to a more expensive restoration and rehabilitation of all the national roads all over the country. Because the deterioration has already been coming out, and the problem is, scientifically, if a road starts to deteriorate, it is going to be exponential, Your Honor. If you don't do something about it, it will just break. It will just break continuously. Well,
Before proceeding, Secretary Bonoan, so there has been a cut in the road maintenance from the NEP to the GAA So of course, the next question before going to the next slide would be, where did the cut actually go? Because
Well, we will probably come up, come out to, later on, Mr. Chair, will present where did it go.
Mr. Chair.
si Congressman Marcy muna, please.
Tanong lang, it's very practical. Kung alam natin na magiging problema yung maintenance, may effort ba, Secretary, na magdagdag ng pondo para sa maintenance? Or are you proposing, not only now, but in the past, to increase the funds for road maintenance?
Well, we are just, Your Honor, I think what we are trying to put into the budget is the minimum requirement for maintenance. Because we understand, I think many of the other efforts that the department is undertaking now is actually the rehabilitation of deteriorated pavements at this point in time. So, the minimum requirements for maintenance is what we are trying to put it into the budget. That is for routine and periodic maintenance.
Okay, Congressman Suntay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, while the report made by the good secretary is appreciated, I believe that information we can get by just reading the GAA. We call this hearing to get into the bottom of the problem. Ang kailangan natin siguro malaman, as mentioned by Congressman Erice, makano yung total insertion, kanino napunta yung total insertion, natapos ba, at kung may delay, bakit nagka-delay? With regards to the problem with maintenance allocation, I think ang usapin na ito is with regards to flood control. Tsaka na natin balikan yung kakulangan sa maintenance appropriation dahil pinatawag natin yung briefing for flood control precisely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
We
Chair.
noted, Congressman Suntay. Thank you. Secretary Baran, you can proceed, please.
Well, I think I'll just skip the other.
No, we would want the nation to be able to understand how the Public Works Department actually work. So even previous to actually talking about congressional insertions, we have to be able to understand the project cycle, why flood control systems are important. Is it only about flood control systems, or is it also about responding to the environment? There are many questions. Forgive my step-by-step, on the matter, but it is very technical, and I think the public deserves to be able to understand that it is not as easy to understand all of these things.
Chair, ito pong briefing na ito, nakikinig yung mga kababayan natin. Ang tinatanong yung baha, bakit nangyari ito, especially in the National Capital Region, we're supposed to be sophisticated in terms of flood control. So dapat siguro, unahin nating masagot yun. Kasi po, tinatanong ko, yung Department of Public Works po ba, alam niyo ba talaga kung ano yung primary reason bakit may pagbaha? Is it climate change? Is it the Dolomite Beach? Is it the wrong planning of flood? Ano po ba yung major reason bakit ganito kataas yung baha sa isang major megapolis ng kasi yan yung number one na problema, kaya nagalit yung presidente, nakita niya ang dami nahirapan pati ang negosyo natin na abala dahil dito sa pagbaha nito sa Metro Manila. Ano po ba, Secretary, ano yung dahilan bakit ganito kalala yung pagbaha dito sa Metro Manila? Yan yung muna nating dapat masagot.
I think darating naman tayo doon. Patapusin lang po natin yung formal presentation po ng DPWH.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Nasaan ako? Let me go through the allocations for budgetary allocations over the years. Let me start with roads, then I will come to flood control later on. In our core mandate of the department is actually for the for national roads, for the national roads program, which involves about 33,000 kilometers of national roads now. This includes actually asset preservation program and the network development program, and of course the bridge program. For fiscal year 2025, the asset preservation program rose sharply by 58% from 56.4 billion pesos from 96 to 96.92 billion pesos in the NEP to 153.35 billion pesos in the GAA. This reflects our clear shift towards preventive maintenance, particularly asphalt overlay instead of new construction. Meanwhile, the Network Development Program in the General Appropriations Act for 2025 dropped by 5% or 5.5 billion pesos, indicating a slowdown in national road expansion and widening. Bridge program also declined by 25% or 12.8 billion pesos less than what was proposed in the 2025 NEP. It's undermining our efforts in retrofitting, repair, and rehabilitation of national bridges. Overall, the General Appropriations Act is visibly prioritizing preservation, especially preventive maintenance over expansion. Now, for flood control or flood organizational outcome 002, which is actually protect lives and properties against major floods. In fiscal year 2025, the budget for construction and maintenance of flood mitigation structures and drainage systems increased by 10% or 13.66 billion, rising from 136.199 billion pesos in 2024 GAA to 149.85 billion pesos in 2025. Meanwhile, allocations for flood mitigation within major river basins and principal rivers is slightly increased by 0.25% from 225 million pesos from 90.53 billion to 90.75 billion pesos. We also provide allocations for convergence programs actually in our budget, Mr. Chairman. And these are with other agencies like from Katuparan is actually our convergence program with the Department of Transportation, which dropped sharply from 1.62 billion pesos from 541 billion pesos to 3.79 billion pesos, reflecting a cut of 29.9% cut. Tourism declined also slightly declined by 4.26% from 6.38 billion to 6.11 billion, consistent with DPWH stand to limit tourism roads to those evaluated through the tourism master plan. And ROLIT is actually a convergence program with the Department of Trade and Industry, which supports industry and trade linkages went down by 0.8% from 5.63 to 5.58%. And TICAS is actually our convergence with the Department of National Defense was increased by 721 million pesos or 14.4% from 5.01 billion to 5.73 billion pesos. Now, here's a program, a special support program for local infrastructure projects, and which we call sustainable infrastructure
projects.
This is sustainable infrastructure projects alleviating gaps. Now, these are local projects, which actually the allocation jumped to 94.5% or 110 billion pesos from 116.89 billion in the NEP to 227 billion pesos in the GAA. Now, basic infrastructure program is more than tripled, rising from 222% or 137.2 billion pesos from 61.83 billion pesos to 199.03 billion pesos. Combined, all these figures show that special support program expanded massively in the General Appropriations Act, becoming the fastest growing program in the DPWH, far outpacing both our core programs from national roads and flood control projects. Now, let me just go to the foreign assisted projects briefly, Mr. Chair. For context, foreign assisted projects were completely zeroed out in 2024 under the General Appropriations Act, despite being allocated 70.7 billion pesos in both the 2023 National Expenditure Program and the GAA. This was a major cut that disrupted ongoing loan-funded projects. For fiscal year 2025, foreign assisted projects were restored in the NEP at 70.7 billion pesos, but the final GAA retained 23 billion pesos, a decrease of 67%. Public-private partnership, the strategic support fund, which stood at 16.9 billion pesos in 2023, remains only 1.398 billion pesos in 2025, limiting right-of-way variation payments for PPP. National Building Program likewise dropped from 20.2 billion pesos in the NEP to just 16.35 billion in GAA. Foreign assisted projects has continuously suffered major cuts over the last 5 years. In 2021, 80.5 billion was proposed in the NEP, but only 20.7 billion was approved, 74% cut. In 2022, the cut worsened from 86%, and 2023 almost 89%. But the most alarming drop happened in 2024. The National Expenditure Program proposed for 70.7 billion pesos, yet zero was approved in the General Appropriations Act. In 2025, the same 70.7 billion was proposed again, but only 23 billion pesos made it to the General Appropriations Act, a 67% reduction, Mr. Chair. Now, let me just go to, I think this is the final presentation, Mr. Chair, the budget reductions from the NEP to the General Appropriations Act. One of the most persistent challenges in DPWH is the reduction of the proposed budgets from national expenditure to the General Appropriations Act, especially for strategic and preparatory components critical to implementation. From fiscal year 2023 to 2025, the biggest cumulative cut hit the foreign assisted projects from 181 foreign assisted projects, 181.16 billion was slashed across 3 years. This includes full zeroing out of the FAPs in 2024. Next, right-of-way funding with a total cut of 103.5 billion pesos over the last 3 years. This severely affected our project delivery and causes delays, especially in major road and bridge projects. The reduction in preliminary and detailed engineering budgets from a total of 50.59 billion pesos compromising the timely preparation and quality of designs. Without this, early investments projects are either delayed or poorly scoped. The drop of maintenance and operating expenses at nearly 56 billion limits the ability of our office to sustain daily maintenance operations for national roads, bridges, and other infrastructure. Also, public-private partnership strategic support fund was reduced by 27.36 billion pesos. This curtails our readiness for our ongoing public-private partnership. For 2025, Mr. Chair, in our record, for the record, the new items under the General Appropriations Act total to about 410 billion pesos, new items. 410 billion pesos worth of projects, but excluding the 26 billion pesos that were vetoed by the President.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Congressman Pumaret, please.
if I may ask, what would be the process in asking question? Do we need to list our names or it will be in an open forum?
I think you have to list the names. So COMSEC is directed to...
Yeah, para na rin
please, sir.
follow up with the inquiry of Congressman Edgar, no? Kasi this is supposed to be the briefing on what, based on the speech of the President. Ang present ni Secretary, yung budget niya, parang budget hearing to. Hindi man to budget hearing eh. Lahat naman lahat ng departments o agencies made a hit na bawasan ng budget. Ang naging presentation niya is budget presentation eh. We didn't even hear kung what happened during the last bagyo. And we know for a fact, alam na naman natin kung ano yung matiyatamaan ng baha eh. But this is quite unusual. Ilang bagyo na tayo na malalakas, alam na natin, Marikina tatamaan, sa Quezon City tatamaan, Caloocan tatamaan. Yun ang gusto natin madinig. Ano naging course of action natin? Hindi budget presentation. This is not Committee on Appropriations. Tama po ba? This is just the briefing of yung what transpired.
Yes, correct. We are still waiting, actually. I mean, I think we have to give deference po to the good secretary, of course, no? But for the record, of course, we are still waiting for the part on flood control reporting, please. Please proceed po.
Mr. Chair, we are for the flood control program, in accordance with the directive of the President in his Sonai speech, we will soon be submitting actually the list of projects, which will involve 9,856 completed projects from July of 2022 to May of 2025. Completed projects, 9,856. This is going to be the first list that we are going to submit to the President with the information of where these projects are by region, geographical district engineering office, legislative district, project name, type of work, coordinates which involve longitude and latitude, the contractor, approved budget for the contract, cost of the contract, funding year, implementing office, start date and completion date. So these are the informations that will go with the list that we will be submitting to the President within the week, Your Honor.
So Mr. Secretary, can the House po also receive this particular list also?
Well,
Soon as you, after, of course, you submit it to the President.
after it's been submitted to the President, I think it will be the office of the President most likely that will furnish Congress, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair.
can I request the Secretary that to be included in that particular listing are the notes that those projects either with FS, with master plan, or wala. Dapat sana ma-qualify natin. Sa dami ng nasa listing niyo, alam kong marami dyan ang walang mga master plan or kaya FS.
Let me qualify this, Mr. Chairman. The list that I have referred to are locally funded projects.
Yeah, right.
Because the department is also implementing foreign-assisted projects, and these are the projects with comprehensive master plans. And this does not include actually the foreign-assisted projects, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Does that mean, Mr. Secretary, that all locally funded projects walang mga master plan? Wala.
Sad to say.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Congressman Rize, please.
Mr. Chair, to be fair with the Department of Public Works, kasi sila yung nasisisi. Kaya gusto kong tanungin si Secretary. I don't think that the flood control projects is the main culprit in the Metro Manila floodings, as far as NCR is concerned. NCR has 14 million population, each individual producing 0.74 kilos of garbage every day. We're producing 10,000 tons of garbage every day. And due to corruption of local governments, ang estimate po na nakokolekta na basura, 30 to 40% lang. Lahat ng solid waste natin na pupunta sa mga creek, sa mga kanal. Dahil nga sa pag-question dun sa mga contracted dredging projects ng DPWH, pinahinto yan. Pinahinto. Pero hindi dapat ipahinto dahil yan ang kailangan eh. Dahil punong-puno na ng basura, burak, yung mga natural waterways natin. Alam niyo po sa Singapore, 7 million ang population nila, 2,400 compactors ang umiikot araw-araw para kumuha ng basura. Meaning, ang isang compactor, ibig sabihin yan, 2.5 dump trucks. Sa Metro Manila, kumukuha, wala pang 2,000 na 10-wheeler trucks. Kaya po, lahat ng basura. At ano ang pangunahing dahilan kung bakit nasisira yung ating mga floodgates, yung ating mga pumping station? Noong nakarang, gaano karami nakuhang basura sa mga floodgates natin? 600 tons. 600 tons of garbage. Yan yung pangunahing. Kaya po, yung natural waterways natin, bukod sa punong-puno na ng basura, there are 646 families, informal settlers, living on top and beside of our natural waterways. Yan po yung problema, hindi yung flood control programs. Hindi ko po sinasabi na walang kalokohan, hindi ko sinasabi na walang problema yung ibang mga proyekto. Ang sinasabi ko lang, we are barking on the wrong tree. Hindi yung flood control ang pangunahing problema. Ang pangunahing problema, yung solid waste management. Ang Singapore po, 4 yung kanilang disposal site. Sa atin, 2 lang, punong-puno na. Pupunta yung basura, dyan po sa Muntalban, pumunta kayo dyan, lahat ng basura nandun na sa ilog. So this is the problem. At we cannot resolve Metro Manila flood control problem without acknowledging the real cause of the problem. Garbage, solid waste, informal settlers in our natural waterways. Thank you.
Sige po. Thank you, Congressman Rize. Tapusin na natin dalawa po. Si Congressman Ko muna. Then si Congressman Dimagila.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I have mentioned by the Secretary of Public Works and Highways that we have 9,956 completed projects out of how many projects in total for flood control?
Your Honor, this is the total number of projects that we have completed since 2022, no? July of 2022.
So do we have a slippage out of that projects?
This will be coming out on the information that we'll be submitting to the President, Your Honor, because we
Out
will
of
we'll provide
that
actually all
projects,
the information.
Mr. Chair, is there what we call ghost projects?
I think we will reach that point.
So I would like to appeal to the chair is to submit all necessary document from the time it was bidded up to the last collection, so that this will be our basis of our investigation. Ano, plus that this document will be altered or rectified. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Congressman De Maguila, please.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon po. I share the view of Congressman Erice dun sa problem. Kaya lang po, yung problem na yun is only for Metro Manila cities. No? Tandaan po natin, meron po tayong Laguna Lake. Yung sinabi po ninyo is punong-puno ng basura, silt ang mga waterways. Yung mga waterways po ay papunta po ng Laguna Lake. Ang mga cities along the Laguna Lake ay baha po. Sinasabi po ng mga kasama natin dito yung binaha. That means past tense na po yan. Nawala na po yung baha sa inyo. Sa City of Binyan, Santa Rosa, Cabuyao, part ng Muntinlupa, Santa Cruz, as far as Santa Cruz, hindi po kami past tense. Present tense po kami. Baha po kami ngayon. Hanggang baywang po ang baha sa amin. And the sad part is, hindi lang po ito present tense. Future tense din po ito dahil babagyo pa, madadagdagan pa po ang tubig, basura sa Laguna Lake. And that is why I will be expecting the moment na mag-submit ng NEP ang DPWH, ay makikita po ng mga taga Laguna Lake, yung sa area ng Laguna Lake, ano ang plano ng DPWH sa heavily silted at punong-punong basurang Laguna Lake. So, not only that, in-expect din natin, marami na naman po kasi nag-propose dito eh. I think it's about time. Yung sinasabi nyo, ano ba ang solusyon sa pagbaha sa Metro Manila, basura. Sa Laguna po, sa Rizal, parts ng Metro Manila, basura din po. Pero, ang ultimate solution para po sa amin is pagdedredge ng Laguna Lake. Hindi naman ultimate. Ito ay short term din po ito, medium term po ito. Dahil lahat po ng sinasabi niyong waterways, ang tubig pong dumaan sa inyo, ang ending po ay Laguna Lake. And that is why I think ang DPWH po should address this problem. Dahil expectant po ninyo, hindi na po pag-uusapan po ito sa media dahil hindi naman pwedeng i-cover ng media ang mga cities along the Laguna Lake ng araw-araw, linggo-linggo, buwan-buwan. Come Christmas season, baha pa rin po kami. Come May, June, July next year, baha-baha pa rin kami. And that is why I am appealing to the DPWH. Solusyonan po natin itong problemang ito. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po. Bago po natin nabuksan yung hapag para sa mga tanong, basahin ko muna yung mga nandito pong mga miyembro. Kasama ko natin Senior Deputy Speaker, David J.J. Suarez, 2nd District of Quezon, Senior Deputy Majority Leader, Lawrence Defensor of the 3rd District of Iloilo, Assistant Majority Leader, Walfredo Arman Di Maguila Jr., Lone District, City of Binyan, Congressman Nathaniel Oducado, Party List 1 Tahanan, Congressman Ferdinand Hernandez, 2nd District, South Cotabato, former Deputy Speaker, Congresswoman Agustina Dominique Dicetina Pancho, 2nd District, Bulacan, Congressman Ferdinand B1 Beltran, Party List Magbubukid, Congresswoman Maria Isabel Sagarbaria, 2nd District, Negros Oriental, Assistant Majority Leader, by Dimple Mastura, Lone District, Maguindanao del Norte. Congresswoman Flora Bellatco, Party List Nanay. Congressman De Carlo Uy, 1st District, Davao del Norte. Congressman Leonel Ceniza, 2nd District, Davao de Oro. Congressman Mark Anthony Santos, Lone District, City of Las Piñas. Congressman Noel Bong Rivera, 3rd District, Tarlac. Congressman Faustino D. III, 6th District, Isabela, Chairperson, Youth and Sports Development. Congresswoman Arlene Ayon, Party List Suerte. Congressman Ernesto Dionisio, 1st District, City of Manila, Deputy Majority Leader, Senior Vice Chair, Committee on Ways and Means. Congressman Eduardo Rama, 2nd District, City of Cebu. Congresswoman Audrey K. Zubiri, 3rd District, Bukidnon, Assistant Minority Leader. Sige po, bago ihahapag, siguro mag-wrap up lang ho ng ilang mga tanong kasi yun ho talaga ilan sa mga tinatanong, Mr. Secretary, una sa lahat, well, siguro bagong lahat, someone has been asking you to take a leave of absence. What did you actually say to the person asking you to take a leave of absence? That you are open to take a leave of absence, is that correct?
In my interview, Your Honor, I said I would be open to whatever would the President tells me to do so, because flood control is just one of the one program that we are implementing in the department. We have many more big projects that we are implementing in the department. So, well, I said I'm open for as long as it's a prerogative of the President.
And I'm speaking as chair. I don't think the committee is asking you to take a leave. Mr. Secretary, very important for government to be able to work together to address the roots of the problem relating to flood control, to the problem of flooding, and unless and until there is something that would show, that would warrant to ask a person to take a leave of absence, then that is the only time that we will support it, but we have not seen it today. So I think I can speak for the committee that we are not asking you, Mr. Secretary, to take a leave of absence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, yes, regarding that comments of the Secretary taking a leave of absence, I don't think that it's necessary to investigate all of these things. Maybe we can just propose for a third-party evaluation, not from the government, but from a reputable private sector or an NGO who can really make a third-party evaluation of all these projects, of all these flood control projects. Would you agree to that, Mr. Secretary? Thank you.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I think even with the list that you are going to submit to the President, I think the intention here is to make it public and publish it to the website so that everybody can have an access to it and see and then see the reaction of the general public where these projects have been located, whether they are still there. Has it provided them actually the objective of providing them protection from floods or whatever? And I think it was an open information that will be available to everybody.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, because in this age of disinformation, it's necessary that we commission a reputable and technically equipped third-party evaluator. What would you say to that, Mr. Speaker?
I think we would agree, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, with due respect to our colleague, the gentleman from Caloocan, as what I've said earlier, as a former secretary of the Department of Public Works and Highways, and perhaps I will be the most senior member of the House as a 8-termer congressman. this is not the time for things that would even bother or sway the focus of our department. This is the time to be sober, time to be calm, serene, and what we are doing now is we are now in the right direction. Go into the process where we can support our government. We can hopefully provide recommendations and reforms that will ultimately give some solutions to this problem. No? So, if there are any insinuations regarding the situation of our good secretary, where there are sectors that say that secretary has to go on a leave of absence, this humble representation will oppose and ask Congress that we will defend, we will let the secretary do, and he is as what he is doing now. He is already doing something to alleviate this flood problem. So I really object and reject any insinuation at this point in time to make changes in our department. Instead, this is the time where we have to support our fellow public officials. We have to rally behind this administration, this government. This is what is needed now. Unity. This is what we want our people to also support the clean and green program of our government. It is not only the public officials, the barangay captains, or Congress or the department. We should not leave this problem alone to them. We have to ask our people, please support us. Be disciplined enough not to throw your waste anywhere, because this has already been causing us a lot of problems, and our economy is suffering. So much damage has already been done. So, for the sake of our country, let us rally behind and support our Secretary Manuel Bunuan, and this is stop to continue what you are doing now. You have been doing and continue until there will be an alleviation to this problem. So again, let us support Secretary Bunuan. Let us object, or we will have to support his continuance in office as our secretary. I can vouch for his integrity and his technical capability. He's an experienced public servant who has been there, and he is doing right for us. He is very humble and has the integrity and technical capability. So we will never regret our stand, my dear colleague. Let us support Secretary Manuel Bunuan.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Mama, please.
Mr. Chairman, I think the purpose of this meeting is for the Department of Public Works and Highways to give briefing to us. Now they have already given their briefing. I would like to suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we will require the Department of Public Works and Highways to submit to us the listing of all projects being implemented by the department in 3 years period. So all the flood control program that were implemented in 3 years period as required by the President. Now, once we receive that that listing, that will guide us on how to proceed with the investigation later on, Mr. Chairman. So that we have already that particular data, so alam na natin kung paano natin ituloy ang investigation na to. Kailangan lang silang mag-submit sa atin ng mga listing kaagad.
Just to answer, Chairman Momo, only Caraga and Barm has submitted to Congress the list. So we will look forward to the other regions po to submit the list to Congress po, or to the committee po.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
can we get the commitment of the department that the lists will be submitted as soon as it is actually in fact available?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chair. We certainly will submit all the information. May I just even suggest, actually, that it's not only the listing that we are going to submit, but I think what's more important is actually we'll have to cite actually the challenges that we are facing in the implementation of these projects.
Yes, we
Because
understand.
it's easy to say that we can implement the projects, but the challenges that we're facing right now, I would like to say that actually the challenge that, the biggest challenge that we're facing right now is actually the riverbeds along all the rivers in this country is now very shallow. No matter how much structural interventions you do, if we do not address siltation, it will just backflow. And these are the causes of the main flooding in many areas of the country now.
Sige po, before we go to the formal, Mr. Secretary, before we go to the formal question and answer part, I think
Mr. Chair,
Congressman,
yes.
well, I'd like to recognize Congressman Albano, Congressman, sino ba? Congressman Hernandez and Congressman Lagbas and Congressman Ko. In that order, please.
Yes. Mr. Chair, let me remind just my colleagues that this is a briefing, and therefore any innuendos of asking any secretary or any department heads to resign or to inhibit themselves is not called for, Mr. Chair. This briefing is supposed to be in aid of our legislation because the President has called us upon to investigate this. And therefore, we would like to ask our colleagues to first give the due process to our DPWH Secretary Bonoan and all the agencies that are involved. The minute we investigate this is when the proper time later on that we will see whether the investigation merits any of the innuendos that the public or even some of our colleagues are saying. But to do it right now when it is just a briefing is very premature, Mr. Chair, and therefore you should rule that such innuendos should be stricken out of this committee hearing, Mr. Chair.
Just to be clear, I don't remember or recall anyone. I just wanted to ask Secretary Bonoan to comment on, because that's a very public call on him to take a leave. And what we had already stated is that this committee is not asking him to take a leave because we want to be able to work together to move forward on the questions relating to flood control.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
No, you want to speak? No. The preliminaries po.
Mr. Chairman,
SDS, please.
yeah, I just want to take this opportunity to clarify a few matters that's quite personal and, of course, affects the very institution of the House. There have been, I was informed that there have been posts on social media circulating identifying certain members of the House of Representatives, malicious in fact, stating that these congressmen control X amount of flood control projects, etc., which has been shared many times. Now, for the sake of transparency, truthfulness, can I ask the good secretary to comment on these malicious posts, Mr. Chair? Kasi, alam mo, Sa problema na nangyayari sa ating bansa, pinupolitika to ng marami. Tuturo, gagawa ng kwento. Ang problema, hindi naman totoo at walang basehan. And other than that, it's totally unfair. Especially if you're out to destroy the good name of people who were duly elected by their districts. So, I would just like to take this opportunity, Mr. Chair, to get the comments of the good secretary. Maybe the department can help us in enlightening the public about, these malicious posts, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, can you read it? Would you like to read it?
Yeah, I would like to submit this to the secretariat and maybe forward it to the secretary para makita niya, para makapagbigay po siya ng komento. If I may be allowed, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, Senior Deputy Speaker. Sige
Mr.
po.
Chair, while the Secretary is preparing his answer,
Congressman Ko, please.
I would like to join in chorus by the manifestations of the 2nd District of Caloocan, Erese, that there must be a third party to investigate, especially that other factor says that there is a substandard. Another say that the contractor doesn't follow the construction methodology procedures. So, I would like to emphasize to this chair that there is a need of forensic review in order to determine that this structure that was finished by 9,956 completed project is within its structural integrity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, let me just...
Congressman Mercado, please.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think with due respect to our colleague, Congressman Ko of Masbate, I think what we are doing this afternoon is we are in the right track for purposes of orderly proceedings. This is actually an investigation in aid of legislation. And whatever it is, the product of this, Mr. Chair, with due respect, is part of the our study or data where hopefully it can provide us some information in making some recommendations purposely for this issue or topic on flood control. So this is a sort of, if I'm correct, this is a sort of a third-party briefing which might lead to some informations that could provide us the information that our good gentleman is actually requesting. Because indeed that is a valid request. So let us continue. Congress, hopefully after the briefing we can move to continue these proceedings and hopefully arrive at a better perhaps recommendation and solution, because this is what is really urgently needed. Solution to flooding. So let us give this committee a chance to proceed. And then after that, we can discuss among ourselves, the members, and how we can go about this. We cannot complete this in actually one day. No, we have to evaluate everything. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Comment on the on our
Congressman
colleague.
Alicia, please.
Yes, with due respect to our colleague, it's the President of the Republic of the Philippines who insinuated corruption. That is why it's very unfair if there will be no results. So I don't think that we have the absorptive capacity or the technical capability to determine whether these projects are defective or not. It's only for a technical group like a third-party evaluator. So, papabor po ito para sa Department of Public Works. Alam ko, mag-a-agree sila. Mag-a-agree sila dahil mali po yung allegation. Kung mali yung allegation, mapapatunayan nila na mali. At kung yun naman mga contractors ay gumawa ng kalokohan, malalaman nila. Hindi naman nila 9,900. Malalaman ba ng secretary yan? Malalaman ba ng regional director yan? Maaring doon lang yan sa inspector at district engineering level. At least mag-guide sila nung third-party evaluation. Yun po yung punto natin. This is to help, we are supporting Secretary Bonoan. Especially, we came from the same town in Solsona, Ilocos Norte. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Sir,
Mr. Chair,
Just so that,
in addition to that, this is the ultimate solution to solve the integrity of the structure through forensic review. Di walang mas mabuti nga yan, Mr. Secretary, ano? Because we are both engineer by profession. Kung may mga defect man, forensic review natin yung sabi niya, third party. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
sige. Wala po tayo sa tanungan para lang po malinaw. Medyo inaantay naman natin yung po tanungan, ano? Clarification na? SDS po is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think the good secretary and a few of his higher officials have gone through those malicious posts. I just wanted to get it out from the department kasi, you know, it affects the very institution that we are sworn to uphold. So, Mr. Secretary.
Well, I have gone through actually the political blogger that you have given me, Your Honor. And what I can say, we don't have this kind of information at all in the department. To me, it's a little preposterous actually to have something like this, 800 billion for 6 members of Congress.
Mr. Chair,
Can you restate it, Mr. Secretary? What was the allegation again? The 6 congressmen has cornered
800 billion
800 billion in projects.
pesos for flood control projects, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, can we ask the Secretary to make a categorical denial of the statement made by that blogger in social media in this committee? Mr. Chair.
It's actually now that it is now open for me to respond, Your Honor. What I'm saying is that we don't have any specific record of this kind of allocation for the 6 congressmen that has been put into the...
And can you mention the responsible blogger or irresponsible blogger who made that allegation, Mr. Chair?
I don't have anybody. Did not say.
I think it's a page, Mr. Secretary,
Yeah.
being circulated today.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to thank the good secretary for at least clarifying that point, no? Kasi, alam mo, unfair talaga eh. I mean, we need to get, you know, our facts, we need to get the truth, especially when we're trying to investigate issues and problems that affect the country. Now, if there are malicious people who want to take advantage of this by throwing out fake news, fake posts, meant to malign and destroy the good name, hindi po pwede yun. Walang lugar po sa atin yon, at higit sa lahat, hindi po tama yon. So, Secretary, thank you so much. Mr. Chair, maraming salamat po. So at least we can put that, use that statement that the DPWH categorically denies that, you know, and says it is impossible that X amount of congressmen can actually hold that figure mentioned in that post. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Sige po, last 2 na lang po before really going to the Q&A, please. Congressman Dimagila.
Mr. Chair, a while ago,
And Congressman Hernandez, please.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. A while ago, I raised the possible solution sa flooding, yung dredging ng Laguna Lake. The good secretary was about to answer. Kaya lang po, medyo naiba po yung question. So, I would be glad to wait for the answer of the good secretary.
Yes, please, Mr. Secretary, please proceed.
Your Honor, I think, yes, as I mentioned earlier, one of the persistent problems now that we are facing right now is actually the siltation of even Laguna Lake and many rivers all over the country. Because I think this is what we observed when we entered into this administration. That for the last many years, I think there has not been any concerted dredging and desilting efforts. And actually, when we saw the problem, we have been trying actually to address the issues. And this is what we were trying to do actually by putting up some funds actually to equip our people, our district and regional offices, to equip them with dredging equipment so that the process will be done by administration in the department. But sad to say that the budgetary allocations, as I presented, were actually did not materialize over the years. Now we are going again to raise it or to put it into the budget into 2026. And hopefully, we shall then be able to get actually all the equipment that we need to start actually the desilting and dredging operations, especially in the principal rivers, Mr. Chair. So, I think for the Laguna Lake issue, Laguna Lake is under the administrative responsibility of LLDA, Laguna Lake Development Authority. But certainly, we can provide the technical assistance, Your Honor, actually into the requirements for the dredging and desilting of Laguna Lake. Because I think it's also important to say that the department shall soon be implementing major infrastructure projects along the entire circumference of Laguna Lake. The first program that we'll implement now is actually the Calamba to Bikutan expressway standard. And then it will, the rest of the circumferential periphery of Laguna Lake will follow suit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Hernandez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this point of clarification, Mr. Chair? Is this purely a briefing from DP, or is DP prepared to respond to the issues raised by the President? Now, if they're here and they're prepared, they've listened to the SONA, definitely they have answers to the issues raised by the President. So let's cut to the chase, Mr. Chairman. We will have to give them the opportunity now to, for sure, they came here prepared. So we will allow them to present what they have prepared for us to be clarified. Kasi marami ng accusations, marami ng mga suggested solutions. Eh, hindi pa tayo maabot ng chairman, hindi pa tayo na-brief what is the real situation of the flood control, not only of Metro Manila, but the entire country. And you don't need a rocket science to determine the message of the President and what the President wants. So, this is the opportunity for DP. Marami kasing pangalan na may mention. Hindi pa tayo maabot doon sa the real situation of the flood control. Ilan ba yan? Sino ba nakakuha niyan? Problema ba sa implementation o may other problems? Let's give the DP the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Kasi this is due process. Sila yung agency concerned, and by all means, we will allow them to explain and respond to the issues raised by the President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sige, this is the last question before we actually go into the Q&A of the members. And this is the question of the nation in the last couple of weeks. No? So relating po to flood control projects kasi syempre in social media, the allegation is the flood control facilities failed. Ibig sabihin, the allegation is despite the president speaking about, I think, so many thousands of flood control projects, at a time when it was needed, it failed. So that is the first question. So the second would be, were there areas that it actually worked during the most recent floods? No? And finally, and this is the most important, does the department take accountability for the floods that had happened in particular areas? Mr. Secretary.
Well, Your Honor, as we pointed out, under this administration, we were able already to complete about 9,856 flood control projects. And as the President wants us to report to him, actually, whether these projects have been made according to what they were intended to provide, protection to low-lying areas, to flooded areas. And this is exactly what we are going to present to the President, actually, by giving him all the information that we have gathered under our project monitoring application from the start of implementation of the project until the end of the project, until the completion of the project. And to become more transparent to it and see how the beneficiaries or the affected areas would have been able to see if they had been protected or what are the problems that they can see, and to give us feedback how these projects were implemented, Mr. Chair.
I accept your answer, Mr. Secretary, but the question is very specific and it is very direct. Because I think that is the reason why we have the meeting today, the briefing today. Did the flood control facilities fail during the course of the most recent typhoons?
My answer would be, Mr. Chair, engineering intervention is just part of the flood control, flood management issue. It has to take actually a holistic and integrated manner, because flood control engineering, as I said, is just part of the solution. You have to address as well actually environmental issues. You have to address land use issues. You have to address integrated approach of flood control projects. Land use, and unfortunately, Mr. Chair, for locally funded projects, the department does not have that capability to undertake all master plans and integrated master plans for 403 principal projects and 1,281 tributary projects. And we appreciate actually that in the course of implementation of some of these projects, we would rely on the recommendations from our field offices, and of course from the recommendations of members of Congress, because they are also the ones actually seeing what would be needed in the respective localities. Now, having said that, as explained by Congressman Momo a while ago, the process of integrating them into the projects, into our programs, is a tedious program. Now, the only issue that we are concerned about are actually the projects that would come into the General Appropriations Act. The new projects that would come into the General Appropriations Act, which is actually we don't have the capability and in the first place. These are projects that would be new to us, and it would take some time actually for us actually to vet it, to prepare these projects and put it into a technically viable project. And these are the challenges that we face, Your Honor, at this point in time.
We accept the response, Mr. Secretary. Of course, thank you for for discussing the particular details. Of course, the question also is, and to be fair to the department, there are also areas where the flood control projects actually work. Is that correct? Can you provide specific instances po, at the very least in Metro Manila? Kasi po, as an example, in Marikina, I think people there were expecting that they were going to get flooded, but in fact, they were not flooded in the last 2 weeks. No? So, can we give examples po in which the flood control facilities actually work?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, for Metro Manila, it's a little different scenario. For the Department of Public Works and Highways, let me put it in proper perspective. Flood management in Metro Manila is under the responsibility of MMDA. This has been taken out of the department long time ago. When we transferred lock, stock, and barrel to MMDA at one point in time, Mr. Chair, in accordance with their charter. Now, having said that anyway, the department continued to provide technical assistance to the Metropolitan Development Authority in coordination with them. And even at this time, under the World Bank Assisted Program, the department is now in the process of rehabilitating the major pumping stations to increase their discharge capacities at this point in time. We should be able to complete 32 pumping stations by early next year. For Metro Manila, there is a big project that we are implementing right now under the Pasig Marikina Flood Control Program. And this will involve actually even dredging of Marikina River, and probably the implementation of other structures that would initially store floodwaters from the Sierra Madre. And this will be in the program actually for the next several years, Your Honor. So this is why in Metro Manila, I think there has been some significant improvement, particularly in the Marikina area, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We can proceed to the questions of the House members, but we'd like to acknowledge po the members who are here. Congressman Reynaldo Salvacion, Lone District of Marinduque. Congressman Vincenzo Renato Luigi Villafuerte, 2nd District, Camarines Sur. Congresswoman Maria Cristina Angeles, 2nd District, Tarlac. Congressman Antolin Oreta III, Lone District, City of Malabon. Congressman Amado Carlos Bolilla, the 4th District, Batangas. Congresswoman Attorney Jerryville Jinky Beatrix Luistro, 2nd District, Batangas, Chairperson, Committee on Justice. Congressman Gerardo Jerry Boy Espina Jr., Lone District, Biliran. Congresswoman Agatha Paula Aguilar Cruz, 5th District, Bulacan. Congressman Brian Poe, Party List FPJ, Panday, Bayanihan, Assistant Majority Leader. Congressman Roy Gonzalez, Lone District, City of Santa Rosa. Congresswoman Kakabag-Aw, Lone District, Dinagat Islands, Deputy Minority Leader. Congresswoman Dada Kiram Ismula, Party List Akbayan. Congressman Joseph Tan, 4th District, Isabela. And Congressman Christopher Sheen Gonzalez, Lone District, Eastern Samar, Assistant Minority Leader. Okay po, we will proceed now to the questions of the members. Is Congressman Garbin here? He left already. Congressman, I think Congressman SDS Suarez is finished. Congressman Ko, you may proceed, please.
Mr. Chair, this is the purpose why I suggest to subpoena those taken all the records, because based on the statement of the Secretary, there are damages not within our control. So, if based on the document presented, we could know that the project is completed, then the design is correct, then the contractor follow the specifications and program of work, and those damage is not our control, but there will be a factor of lateral movement due to earthquake, flood, and etc. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary, please, you may reply.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with the good congressman that rather, I think, as I have mentioned, Your Honor, I think the engineering intervention is just part of the solution, but I think for us to be able to comprehensively address the flooding problems, it has to be a holistic, comprehensive, and integrated manner, Your Honor, in all sectors that we need to address. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Kong?
Oh, another follow-up. In our discussion, I found out, and I would like to suggest a solution to this problem. This is in connection with our insertion. Dapat nito to those respective engineering district, they should submit a very feasible projects to the regional director and in protocol direct to the central office. Then the central office will submit here in Congress. For the next budgetary hearing, hindi dapat natin bawasan ng 26 billion. Dapat dagdagan. Pagkadagdag na yan, bahala na kung anong insertion ninyo dyan. Ang importante, ang budgetary hearing ng ang request ng Public Works and Highways mabigyan ng priority. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Ko. We can proceed to Congressman Hernandez. Is he here? Next, Congressman Suntay, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the good secretary for saying na ibibigay niya yung mga list ng completed flood control projects. Pero palagay ko, Secretary, mas importante na makuha rin namin yung hindi completed at saka yung delayed. Kasi yung nakaka-apekto sa flooding, hindi naman yung mga completed project ang nakaka-apekto. Yung hindi kompleto at saka yung na-delay. So if we could have that one. Secondly, while present ni Secretary kanina yung, well actually parang...
Before proceeding, maybe we can get his commitment first.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Absolutely, yes. Yes,
Not just the
Mr. Chair.
completed, but also the
Ongoing.
Incomplete and delayed.
delayed.
Yes, in the...
I think that's a very specific list of the president in the SONA, di ba?
Yes, that's right.
The information will be there, Your Honor. The status of implementation of the projects.
Thank you very much. Then secondly, maybe later on, pwede tayong magkakuha naman ng presentation ng what causes the problem of flooding. Kanina ang pinakita kasi ang presentation ng Secretary parang yung budget which was submitted Pero hindi natin napag-usapan kung ano yung what causes the flooding. Like for one, ako sa Metro Manila, there's always a mathematical computation for everything. For example, what causes flooding in Metro Manila? It's not as simple as what my good friend Congressman Erice said na hindi, dahil yan doon sa mga bahay na nakatayo, doon sa waterway, dahil sa basura, kaya nagbabaha. It's not that simple. Those are contributory factors that lessens the carrying capacity of the drainage, yung actual capacity. Dahil lumiliit yung drainage, yung diameter ng drainage. But we could compute it Ang importante malaman, like dito sa Metro Manila, ano ba ang actual carrying capacity ng drainage system natin? Based on, kasi we could compute at an average yung volume of water that is produced during a typical typhoon. Ang formula lang naman dyan, area times rainfall depth. Nako-compute naman natin, alam natin kung ano yung average area ng Metro Manila, it's 636 square kilometers. Alam natin yung lower limits pagka bumabagyo. Ang lower limits ng rainfall depth pagka bumabagyo, 150 millimeters. Ang upper limits yan, pag malakas yung bagyo, sabihin mo lang 300 millimeters. So, if you compute volume, yung area times rainfall, malalaman mo ilang cubic meters ng tubig ang bumabagsak sa atin. So, yung lower limits, it's 95,400,000 cubic meters. Kung gagamitin natin yung upper limit, it's 190,800,000 cubic meters. So may data ba tayo? What is the carrying capacity of our drainage system in Metro Manila? Kasi kung yung carrying capacity lang hindi natin alam, hindi natin masosolve yung problema. So if I can
Mr. Secretary, please proceed. You can reply.
Your Honor, yes, I totally agree with the observation of the good congressman from Metro Manila for Quezon City. The main problem in Metro Manila, Your Honor, is actually the drainage system in Metro Manila is very much old, antiquated. What we know is actually in the recent assessment of the drainage problem and drainage system in Metro Manila, despite the fact that it's already antiquated and old, the existing drainage system in Metro Manila is 70% silted. So in other words, it has only a carrying capacity of 30%. And this exacerbated the problems of the carrying capacity, Mr. Chair. So I think the issue is we need actually to have a master plan for the drainage system for Metro Manila.
Precisely. That would have been my follow-up question. Knowing this, knowing this data, do we have a master plan? Are we following it? Dahil gumagawa tayo taon-taon ng budget. If we are not spending it based on the master plan, then we're wasting money. Kagaya ng sinabi ko, dun sa distrito ko, dumadang San Juan River yung main artery. Kumukolekta yung Lagariang Creek. Kahit taon-taon maglagay ng budget para doon sa San Juan River para lagyan ng mga sheet pile yung magkabilang gilid niyan. Kung hindi rin tatapusin, then nag-aaksaya tayo ng pera. Huwag na natin lagyan ng allocation niyan kung hindi rin matatapos. Sayang lang rin eh. Now, in certain areas rin, ang problema dahil nga as the good secretary mentioned, yung carrying capacity of our drainage are very low. So kailangan natin ng parang mga water catchment like what they do in Singapore. Madami nagtataka bakit sa BGC hindi bumabaha. Because BGC, when it was constructed, ang daming water catchment all over BGC. That's why the rainwater goes somewhere before go outflowing in Laguna de Bay. So, do we have such a thing? Are we considering such a thing? Baka we're wasting money. Alam ko, nabasa ko kasi, while I understand na ang pondo kasi pinaghahati-hatian kada distrito. Pero kung paghahati-hati din natin, we will never finish anything. So why not look at what causes the problem? Put the proper funding, kahit na yung Office of the President na yung magpatupad yan, di ba? At gawin niyang flagship project. But we need results. Kasi kung ang gagawin lang natin, pagpaparti-partihan yung budget, then we will never solve anything.
Mr. Chairman, can I interject?
We'll wait for Secretary to respond first. Before giving it to the Secretary, to Chairman Momo, please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I understand there is a study already in Metro Manila and suburbs conducted by the World Bank in 2012, and one of the recommendations of the study is the improvement of internal drainage system. I know the UPMO knows this, and actually I think right now the carrying capacity of our drainage is in a 5 or 10-year return period lang. Ang kailangan ng study, 50-year return period. Ibig sabihin, lalakihan natin ang ating mga drainage system. It is included in that particular study. And sana makita natin ulit yung ating study na yan. You can either update that or just follow the recommendation of the World Bank study. You have that. The World Bank study, Metro Manila and suburbs. In fact, one of the recommendation is being implemented already, the blooming rate interceptor. That is one. And the other one is the retarding basins in Cavite. You have that already, Mr. Secretary. These are all included in the master plan. In fact, one of the recommendation of the World Bank study is to put up a high dam in the Upper Marikina River and the improvement of Mangahan Spillway. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
You may respond, please. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, I think the good congressman has made, that's correct. In fact, under the Japanese finance program for Metro Manila, one of the projects that we're looking at is actually to put up three dams in the Sierra Madre watershed area to control the flooding problem, the flooding going down to Metro Manila, and this is going to be under study now, Your Honor. This was actually directed by the President himself, actually. Aside from that, I think we're also considering a impounding reservoir in San Mateo. So these are the infrastructure programs for Metro Manila that we're looking at.
Okay.
But,
Mr. Chair.
what is more important actually is the drainage system in Metro Manila.
So as a last follow-up to the question, Mr. Chair, given all of that, so ang question ko, so what drainage plan are we following? Kasi taon-taon nga nag-allocate tayo ng funding eh. So what drainage plan are we following? Kasi if we are not following any drainage master plan, then we are not achieving anything.
Well, I think this is the real challenge, actually, Your Honor. I think we need to undertake a real to goodness integrated master plan, drainage master plan for Metro Manila. I think.
So, Mr. Secretary, is it that we are made to understand that currently we are not following any plan?
Unfortunately.
Kanya-kanyang
Yes.
allocation lang.
For Metro Manila, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that's the problem. That is what we have to address. Because, Mr. Secretary, I believe that you will understand that we will just be wasting money if we don't follow any plan that kanya-kanyang tulak lang ng appropriation or kanya-kanyang tulak ng allocation. Then we will not solve any problem. Maybe that is what we have to present to the President. And then present to the President how much it would cost. Then the President, dahil mahal yan, could come up, the country can come up with a 10-year master plan, a 15-year master plan na tuloy-tuloy yung funding na hindi utay-utay. Then we will accomplish something, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Sige po,
Chair, I was just
Secretary
informed.
Baron, please.
Sorry, Mr. I was just informed by our good senior undersecretary that there is a program that is going to be undertaken by the UP Resiliency Institute to prepare a initial assessment on an integrated master plan for drainage master plan in Metro Manila under the World Bank.
Yes, that is nice to hear, Mr. Secretary. Actually, we have that master plan, pero it's limited to Quezon City. But other cities should also do that master plan because we are connected eh. Yung tubig galing sa amin sa Quezon City hindi lalabas sa Laguna de Bay kung walang master plan yung Pasig rin dahil dinadaanan namin yung Pasig eh. Hindi rin lalabas sa Maynila kung wala rin yung Maynila eh.
Totoo pa yan.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Maybe can you state your objection, your observation para lang din po malinaw. What did you actually want to have, Congressman Suntay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I want to have is for the DPWH and together with the MMDA because MMDA also has funding for flood control. Pero in fact, the cities, the LGUs also have funding for flood control. But kanya-kanyang palo yan. It's not a unified master plan that everyone is following. Maraming pera ang kailangan, Mr. Chairman. But if everyone talks to each other and pulls their resources together, then baka matapos yung master plan. But what is important is first, we have a unified master plan for Metro Manila. Secondly, we estimate how much will that master plan cost. Pag alam na natin yan, we submit it to the President, to the Office of the President, ask him to have a 10-year, alam ko, hindi matatapos sa itong last 3 years niya, to have a 10-year, 15-year, or even a 20-year master plan, which everyone in Metro Manila, which the country will follow, then we solve one problem. Pero sa Metro Manila lang yon. Hindi ko alam pa pagdating sa probinsya. But yeah, at least in Metro Manila, may nasolusyonan po tayo. But unless we have that master plan and unless we get everyone on board, then we will always be flooded. And we are just wasting money. Sayang naman, kawawa naman yung taong bayan.
Well, before the Secretary responds, if he will respond, just to be very clear, do we not have an actual master plan? I think it's in the DPWH website that we have master plans that actually exist today, that we worked with foreign consultants, hindi po ba? Or is this something that is different? Yung mga River Basin master plan po that we worked with foreign partners.
Yes, yes, Your Honor, if I may respond. Yes, we have master plans for the 18 major river basins. But unfortunately for Metro Manila, it's only the Pasig Marikina river basin that we have a master plan, not the internal drainage of Metro Manila.
So I think we have to make a note that that is something that we have to undertake for the future.
Mr. Chair, there is a disconnect between the DPWH and MMDA and the LGUs. Because for a highly urbanized megapolis, there should be really a strong government. Unfortunately, MMDA has a very limited authority but a big responsibility. Yun lang pong zoning. Nagbabiolate yung mga local governments. Wala namang magawa yung MMDA. For example, sa waterways, ang best master plan is to preserve the natural waterways. Yun ang best master plan. Pero yung natural waterways, punong-puno, 600,000 plus informal settler families on top, on side of the natural waterways. Yun ang pinaka-problema. So, kinakailangan po siguro, in fact, I'll be filing a proposed bill. Sundin na natin. Meron naman pong provision ng Constitution na pwede namang mag-create ang Metropolitan Manila ng isang Metropolitan Manila government para po, kasi hindi naman magkakarugtong yan. Hindi naman pwedeng independent yung mga waterways. Hindi pwedeng independent yung highways. Hindi naman pwedeng dadaan ka ng Quezon City, pwede kang walang color coding, pero pagdaan mo ng Makati, hulihin ka na. So there must be a strong Metropolitan Manila government with merong pare-parehong mga ordinances at mga laws. So we need a Metropolitan Regional Assembly who can propose laws para po sa susundin ng buong ngayon po lahat ng mayor boss lahat ng mayor boss. Walang magawa ang Public Works, walang magawa ang MMDA. Even sa disposal ng garbage. Kung saan dinidispose. Salamat po.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman Erice. Next to ask, Congresswoman Cruz. Is she here? She's here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, the resource person. I guess my question is, based on the presentation that our resource person provided earlier, telling us about the budget cuts, the budget reallocations, the reductions, and the budgets for ROW, and the studies that should have been done, which significantly, as you have mentioned, Mr. Secretary, affected the effectivity or the implementation of the various flood control projects. Is it then your position, Mr. Secretary, that if for this year the Congress will implement your proposals without and adopt completely without any reductions as proposed in the NEP, you can give us assurance that if you follow, it will significantly, not eradicate, we understand that, but mitigate our problems in flooding, even with admission that we don't have a master plan.
Mr. Secretary, please respond.
Your Honor, it will help us
Why we support?
greatly, actually, to better implement our projects, Your Honor, if we have all the resources that we need, actually.
May I ask for another follow-up questions? By what metrics, Mr. Chairman, should we measure the effectivity of a flood control project? I'm assuming, as our chairman referenced earlier, that we also do have a 2004 DPWH JICA master plan and followed by the 2012 Metro Manila flood mitigation plan in the surrounding areas. Is it necessary for us to also identify specific areas that should be the priority for a flood master control plan? Or we just, your position is, let's follow the NEP as proposed and see where that takes us, or we also simultaneously have to create a master plan for areas you have identified as priority projects? Sorry for the compound question, Mr. Secretary.
Please proceed, Mr. Secretary.
Your Honor, I think, yes, I think, but as we mentioned, actually, the River Basin Program have already the master plans, and these are what we are following actually in the implementation of these projects. But what we need actually is master plans for other principal rivers and the local rivers as well, because I think these are also necessary for everybody to be guided on the priorities that have to be implemented along these rivers, Mr. Plan. And I think the master plan, as we are saying, should not only be for the engineering solution, but it has to be a comprehensive master plan that all those involved. Structural engineering solution is just going to be part of the master plan. We need to address the other components like environmental issues, land use issues, and other concerns that would affect actually flooding in the areas, Mr. Plan. Mr. Chair.
Are you finished, Congresswoman Cruz?
May I follow up on the metrics that we should be using? So at least we are aware as part of the public and also as legislators how we can, what specific measures should we use so that we know that the flood control projects being implemented in our district or in Metro Manila or anywhere else is actually working? What would be a good measure? Or as what metrics is the department following? I think that's the best question.
For one thing, Your Honor, I think for the immediate engineering intervention, we would need actually impact analysis for every project. What is the purpose of the project? How many beneficiaries should be benefited? What land area? And all these things. So we need an impact analysis actually for every project that we need to implement.
Is this currently being done, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair? Is it currently being done, that impact assessment?
In the process, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
those major projects that are being included into the National Expenditure Program, the district and regional offices are actually have this process for major, not everything. There is a threshold actually, Mr. Chair, threshold for major projects. So we need an impact analysis. We require the impact analysis, at least for the benefits that will be derived from the implementation of engineering flood control program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Congresswoman Cruz.
Mr. Chair, just in connection to what
Yes, please.
Congresswoman Cruz stated. While there is a master plan for the Marikina and the Pasig River Basin, there are variables that are already very obvious. First, because of the rapid expansion of Metro Manila, even if we have a master plan for the Pasig at saka Marikina River Basin, it is not sufficient because both Marikina and Pasig cannot carry the volume of water which flows. Another very obvious thing is, saan ba yung outflow ng tubig? Dalawa lang naman, Laguna de Bay at saka Manila Bay. So if we just rely with both Pasig at saka Marikina River Basin, obviously that is not sufficient. What we need is an engineering intervention to have a Mr. Secretary, is maybe to have a drainage system which is not dependent on both Marikina and the Pasig River as outflow towards Laguna de Bay. Baka mas simple na dun muna magsimula while waiting for a comprehensive master plan. But what is very obvious is the water, the volume of water hitting Metro Manila during a typical typhoon, not even hindi kayang buhatin niya ng Laguna and Marikina and Pasig palabas.
Please respond. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with the good congressman. Actually, the discharge of the runoff water that is in Metro Manila, as mentioned, the capacity to discharge is very limited because of the drainage system now. No matter how efficient would be the pumping stations that we are talking about, for the runoff water cannot be conveyed into the pumping stations, then it will really exacerbate the flooding problems. So I think it has to be, as you said, Your Honor, I think it has to be an integrated approach for everything.
Okay.
The other thing is for, well, as you mentioned, Laguna Lake would be the biggest storage facility that we can, but I think we need to have a facility like the Parañaque Spillway to be implemented the soonest possible time.
Okay, before we proceed, we'd like to acknowledge Congressman Percy Sindanya, Party List Akbayan, Deputy Minority Leader. Congressman Antonio Tonchitino, Party List, Teachers, Deputy Minority Leader. Congresswoman Shelo Crisel Lagman, 1st District Albay, Deputy Minority Leader. Congresswoman Rene Luisco, Party List Kabataan, Assistant Minority Leader. Congressman Jose Manuel Tadeo Chel Diokno, Party List Akbayan, Assistant Minority Leader. Congressman Santos, please. Congressman Santos, please, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to address my question to the good secretary because during the last, yung malakas na ulan, Secretary, medyo mabigat po talaga ang nangyari sa Las Piñas. And I would just like to make an appeal to the Honorable Secretary, Mr. Chair, na baka naman po pwede sa Las Piñas, itigil na po natin ang paggawa ng mga kalsada sa mga waterways. At sabi ni Congressman Erice kanina, inalis yung mga informal settlers. Sa amin po inalis, pero pinalitan po ng kalsada. Oo, kalsada papunta sa kung alam mo na. Oo. No, but this was the initiative of my predecessors, Mr. Secretary. I don't want to put a blame on you because I know that, alam niyo po, gumawa po sa amin doon po sa Zapote River ng River Drive. Ilog, dapat yung River Drive, pang-dredge lang po yun. Para i-clear yung mga siltation doon. Pero ito pong River Drive na to, ginawa pong kalsada. Kalsada doon sa mga negosyo, na pati ang gobyerno ang gumagastos. I'd just like to inform the Secretary na I wrote a letter, Mr. Secretary, sa inyo. Kasi po, meron pong ginagawa namang kalsada doon. DPWH na naman po nagpapagawa, pero private property po. Akala ko natapos na yung C5 at Taga. May parallel pong kalsada ngayon doon. I think alam po ng district engineer yan at I'm not sure if the regional director knows this. Pero sobra naman po Meron po kayong pinagawang flyover. Doon sa Las Piñas. Alignment ng LRT. 1 extension. Nasira po yung alignment. At ngayon gagastos naman ng gobyerno ng more than 1 billion pesos for the realignment and the redesign of the LRT extension. At alam niyo yan kung bakit nire-realign. Kasi gustong pumunta na naman yung istasyon doon sa lupa nila. Tama na po yan. Tama na po. I already wrote a letter to the Secretary. Sana naman po itigil na po natin ito. And that's the appeal of the President. Tama na po. Ang problema po ngayon, pag upo ko pong congressman, bigla pong inilipat yung pondo sa region. Opo, hindi po alam ni Secretary napirmahan niya yung pag-transfer po from the district to the regional office. Bakit po tin-transfer? 450 million pesos? Gagawa na naman ng kalsada? Doon sa kanilang private property? Tama na po. So I am appealing to the good secretary. I hope, sana po yung district engineer nyo doon, wag po sumunod, doon sa mga nagdidikta sa kanila. Kung pwede po, tanggalin nyo na siya. Hindi po ako nagbibiro. Kasi, ako po ang boses ng taong bayan Wala naman po akong, neophyte po ako Wala po akong kontrata, wala po akong kontraktor. Pero ang sinasabi ko, tama na po. Alam niyo po, I have no recourse but to file complaints po doon sa mga nag-implement po ng mga projects na yan. Hindi po ako nagmamalinis. Pero tama na po. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary, may respond, please.
I fully understood the frustration of the good congressman. And yes, Your Honor, we will certainly seriously consider all yung proposals actually and look into yung projects that are now being implemented as you mentioned.
In fact, follow up po, Mr. Chair. Yung pong LRT1 extension, dapat po 6 years ago tapos na yung Las Piñas Station. Gumawa po ng flyover dun sa alignment ng train. Ngayon po, nag-expropriate na po ang DPWH or LRTA. Ngayon, mag-expropriate na naman po tayo. Imbis na dumaan sa gitna ng C5 extension ang train, ililipat po, i-redesign, kakanan. Mr. Secretary, mas mura pa po gibain ang flyover doon sa C5 extension kesa i-redesign at i-realign. The flyover cost only about 350 million pesos. Now we're going to spend 1.5 billion pesos approximately to realign po, Mr. Secretary. So I think yung delay po ng implementation ng LRT1 extension, in fact, Mr. Chair, I filed already a resolution to investigate this matter. But I brought it up already so the Secretary could do something about this. Full support po ako sa inyo, Secretary. Pero this has to stop. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Yes,
Would you like to respond, please?
as I said, Your Honor, I think we'll have to seriously look into all these things that have been brought up by the good congressman in Las Piñas.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Next to ask question is Congressman Galang, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po, Secretary. My question naman po is in relation to the drainage master plan. Since aside from the master plan itself, do we have a book or design guide or minimum requirements or specification for certain projects? For example, merong drainage improvement. Do we have a minimum standard sa mga carrying capacity ng mga iba't ibang road mga waterways, and kung meron po, when was it last updated? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We don't have a standard that it is computed technically, Your Honor.
Case-to-case basis.
It's computed, Your Honor. Actually, what is the volume of water that's going to be anticipated that will come out? We have to design actually the type of drainage. What is the size and the volume. As you said, I think this time, we are changing our technical parameters actually in considering actually our design parameters. When before actually flood control projects were designed that yung very technical po ito, yung return period that you are saying, anywhere between 15 to 25 years before. Now, because of climate change, I think we are going to adopt for major flood control programs either 25 to 50 years return period. For the big projects that we're implementing, it's going to be 100-year return period, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow-up rin po, actually it's great to hear from the Secretary na we're thinking about the 50-year or 100-year returns ng projects. But then it's also, I think, along with the master plan, with the drainage master plan, we should at least implement yung minimum standards. Like strictly, for example, sa mga expansion ng mga road rehabilitation or drainage improvements, na i-consider na rin natin 50 to 100 years return po.
That's correct, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think very important po before going to the next member po to ask the question. Siyempre, Valenzuela and the surrounding areas, particularly Bulacan, Congresswoman Pancho will ask her questions later. But I think that's a question that the public is also asking. Bakit lagi hong baha sa Bulacan? Bakit laging baha sa Valenzuela? Ano ba yung kailangan po talagang gawin para ma-address itong baha sa mga lugar po na ito?
Sa tingin po namin kasi, Your Honor, it's actually the towns in the vicinity of Manila Bay are affected by tidal intrusion. So I think we will continue to implement actually yung tidal, ano ba tawag doon? Tidal protection programs along these lines. In fact, not only in Valenzuela, but in Malabon and Navotas, these are the areas that have to be addressed for more and efficient tidal intrusion structures, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Secretary. Next to ask the question would be Congresswoman Ko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask, so maraming reclamation activities nangyayari sa Metro Manila. Does it have a big effect sa flooding?
Well, ang kwan po namin dito is a technical issue actually. I think there has been some assessments made by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources on the effects doon sa Manila Bay. No? But technically, when we are able to discharge the flood waters na hindi naman directly doon sa reclamation areas, well, I think Manila Bay can absorb actually the excess waters naman. The only problem there is actually the siltation issue. The siltation issue at the mouth of the rivers actually. So this has to be maintained very well actually, Your Honor. But the impact on the reclamation areas will not, I don't think there is be very major, for me technically, there would be major influence to the internal flooding problems in Metro Manila.
Congresswoman Pancho, you may proceed.
Mr. Chair, I agree with Honorable Erice and Congresswoman Agata na one of the factors ay yung basura po natin, and we have to have a master plan. Now, Mr. Chair, with the master plan, I think the LGUs should have the political will. I say political will to follow the master plan. What I mean, sir, is pag humingi ng business permit, dapat, bago mo i-issue business permit, they should present the flood control plan. Ang nangyayari po kasi, kanya-kanyang pataasan ng tambak, yung mga business establishments, and then magre-reklamo sila na iwanan yung drainage canal, magre-reklamo sila na iwanan yung kalsada. Pero hindi nila nakita ang taas po nila. So siguro, yung ating pong LGUs should have the political will, require them to follow the master plan. Para wala po tayong maging sisiyanan na iwanan ng kalsada at bakit may tubig ang kalsada. Sobra pong tinaas eh. And one thing, Mr. Chair, nabit na po na ating chair yung Bulacan. Before po kasi, hindi po nararanasan ng Bulacan ang ganito pong pagbaha. Kung manunod po kayo sa YouTube po ngayon, makikita niyo po, although hindi ko po siya district, nasa 2nd district po ako at maayos naman po, minimal ang naging baha po, ika nga po ay manageable, of course with the help of the DPWH din. Pero kung i-consider niyo po yung iba, yung sa Hagunoy, Bulacan, Kalumpit, ay maririnig niyo po sa interview ng YouTube na buhat po ng ginawa, nag-start ang Bulacan Airport, naranasan po nila yung ganitong pagbaha. So, bigyan niyo lang po kami ng klaro lang po na paliwanag. Para naman po, yung pag-iisip ng mga Bulakenyo, hindi po nila maisisi sa Bulacan Airport kung hindi po ba nakatulong o nakadagdag sa baha po ito pong Bulacan Airport. Kasi kung hindi, may problema po talaga tayo. Pero kung nakadagdag po sila, sana mapag-aralan po natin up to what extent ang naidagdag po nilang tubig doon sa nararanasan pong pagbaha po ngayon sa Bulacan. I have nothing against the Bulacan Airport. In favor po tayo sa progress, additional income, additional revenue, additional employment on the part of the province of Bulacan. Pero alagaan din po natin yung life and property ng mga Bulakenyo po. Kung meron po siya naging bahagi lang po doon po sa baha na nararanasan po ngayon sa Bulacan. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
You may respond, Mr. Secretary, please.
Well, I think this is a very technical issue, Your Honor, and it would need actually a comprehensive study on the implications of the proposed airport in Bulacan, no, in terms of the impact of flooding, actually. Now, what I can say, actually, in those areas, in Hagunoy, Kalumpit, and everything, at one point in time, Your Honor, when I was still in the department long time ago, there was already a master plan, a big project that was supposed to be implemented in that area under the Pampanga Delta Flood Control Program. Upper Pampanga was completed. However, the lower Pampanga area which is supposed to take care of the flooding problems in Hagonoy, Kalumpit, and all the other provinces. Unfortunately, this was rejected by the local governments. So, the funding was there, actually, and it was ready to be implemented, actually, to the dismay of the Japanese government at that time. Unfortunately, it did not materialize. And so now, we are faced with this issue to address it again. Actually, the flooding problems in those areas, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Pancho. Next to ask is Congressman Garcia, House Appropriations Committee Senior Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po sa ating colleagues at kay Secretary at sa buong DPWH family. Magandang hapon po. Nakikinig po ako ng mabuti sa mga suggestions ng ating mga kasama dito sa hearing na ito. And we see bits and pieces of the problem. From the drainage system na dapat efficient, yung carrying capacity ng drainage, yung mga suggested water catchment and water impounding facilities, yung basura na a big part of the problem, yung silted rivers. Nakita natin noong isang araw si Presidente mismo bumaba sa Pasig at together with MMDA and the LGU dinidisilt po yung Pasig River. Ito po yung mga nabanggit na problema kanina which adds up dun sa problema natin ng flooding. Pero aside from that, I would like to add na kapag na-solve po lahat ng problemang itong nabanggit, may dalawang malaking problema pa po tayong haharapin. Number one, ito po yung adequate final destination ng tubig na bababa mula sa bundok dun sa mga catch basin na malalaki. So, kahit maayos natin yung basura, yung drainage, yung mga impounding catchment facilities, saan pupunta yung tubig? So, yung mga, of course, sa low-lying area, the water seeks its own level, no? So, sa low-lying area, pero kung walang adequate catchment basin, baka pa rin yung mangyayari. So, yun po yung una. And pangalawa, pag pumasok na yung high tide, as you mentioned just now, itutulak po yan lahat pabalik. Kaya magbabaha pa rin sa Metro Manila, sa Region 3, aabot hanggang sa NLEX, dahil itutulak ng Manila Bay pababa. So, aside from all those things, itong dalawang malaking problema na ito, kailangan makita natin in a macro perspective o big picture perspective. Tapos pumasok na po yung sinuggest ng aking Brad, si Kongbong, yung master plan. So in line with that, I presented to you, Secretary, at sa ating mga USEC several times. Budget hearing last time, tapos sa office ng ating liderato dito sa House, kasi nga naghahanap tayo ng solusyon. If you remember, I presented the Manila Bay Integrated Coastal Defense. Na dito po, masosolve, among other things, yung nabanggit ng aking mga kasamahan, yung dalawang malaking problema, yung adequate final destination ng tubig, na kailangan trillions of cubic meters po yan siguro, at ma-prevent yung Manila Bay from coming in kapag may high tide. So if you remember that, I even highlighted all the river systems from Region 3 at Metro Manila. Kasi ito po yung nasa throat of Manila Bay. So from parts of Bataan, parts of Pampanga, parts of Bulacan, kasama doon yung Valenzuela and Malabon, and of course yung Metro Manila coming from the mountains of Rizal. So doon lahat yan babagsak doon sa throat of Manila Bay, and dahil hindi adequate yung catchment basin, babaha yung area na yon, kaya sinasabi ng ating mga kasamahan from Region 3 and Metro Manila. Tapos, to make it worse, papasok pa po yung high tide ng Manila Bay. So, yun po yung pinopropose ko na sana mapondohan yung feasibility study or master plan of that. Kasi yan na po yung sinasabi ni Kong Bong na pwedeng maging comprehensive master plan because it will encapsulate all the problems that were mentioned today, from the trash, to the drainage, to the silted rivers, to the catch basin and the prevention of Manila Bay from coming in. So, gusto ko lang po sana i-follow up, Secretary, kung ano na po yung status nitong na-present natin several times sa Public Works because it is a possible solution to the big problem.
Please proceed, Secretary.
Your Honor, yes, we are aware of that, and actually we have the as has been furnished to us by the good congressman. I think this is a big mega project that we are talking about, yung kwan dito sa Manila Bay, and we had been coordinating with NEDA because I think at the end of the day, I think this kind of a project will have to be other official development assistance financed, because I think this cannot be carried out by local financing program or at least public-private partnership program. So these are the areas that we are exploring with National Economic DepEd, Your Honor. We'll follow it up with them actually because we agree completely with the concept that it will really mitigate actually flooding problems in the surrounding areas from Bataan, Pampanga, Bulacan, and Metro Manila. Yes, Your Honor.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your response. And just like the Bataan-Cavite Interlink Bridge, we were proposing it before at nung inapprovan ng NEDA and DPWH, and you have an existing partnership with our institutional funding partners like ADB, Asian Development Bank. Kapag napondohan yung feasibility study, just like the bridge, at lumabas na ang laki ng economic internal rate of return, just like yung Bataan Cavite has the highest among all Build Better More projects, that is compelling reason enough to proceed sa detailed engineering design because ang laki ng matutulong sa ekonomiya. So dito rin, kapag napondohan yung feasibility study or yung master plan at makita na hindi na lang concept, pero the data and the numbers will show na ang laki ng magiging benepisyo nito sa buhay, kabuhayan at ekonomiya ng ating bansa, ay this will be compelling reason enough para i-pursue yung next stages. So, in short, yung feasibility study is the precursor dun sa malalaking project, lalo na kung ang taas ng economic internal rate of return. So, ito, grabe yung baha. Talagang apektado yung pang-araw-araw na buhay ng ating mamamayan, yung ating ekonomiya. So, I would assume malaki rin ang economic internal rate of return nito. Probably even bigger than the Bataan-Cavite Interlink Bridge. Pero kailangan masimulan natin, ma-initiate natin yung funding ng feasibility study. Pero dahil doon natin makikita kung go or no go, kung mataas yung balik o hindi. So sana po, sa lalong madaling panahon, ay magawa po natin yan para yung sinasabing feasibility study na talagang big picture analysis, dahil grabe ho yung problema eh. So kailangan grabe din ho yung solusyon. We've come to that point na sinasabi ng ating Pangulo, talagang grabe yung climate change, new normal. So drastic din po dapat yung solusyon, and ito po yung pinakita namin sa concept, and hopefully mapondohan yung feasibility study or yung master plan para makita natin kung ito ba'y talagang makakasolve together with all the suggestions ng ating mga kasamahan this afternoon, Mr. Secretary. Maraming salamat pa. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, I think actually the proposals of the good congressman, and certainly the department will do the best we can to follow it up with DepEd. Because we, as I said, this kind of a project, a mega project, will have to be under official development assistance or under the public-private partnership program. But it's important actually to establish the viability, economic viability of this project at the earliest possible time.
One last thing, Mr. Chair. Doon po sa pinresent ko, agnostic po siya. It can have the option of an ODA and it can have the option of a PPP. So may financial viability then based on the presentation. And it will not only solve the flooding problem but also the traffic problem, because we're losing 3.5 billion pesos a day in Metro Manila because of the inefficiency ng ating system dahil bagong ingress and egress po siya. Energy problem, water problem, food security challenge, housing problem, because most of the informal settlers are in Metro Manila. So dito may lugar na pwedeng magawa, which is very proximate to Metro Manila, for our informal settlers na magkaroon ng magandang well-master planned communities or township. So, dun sa proposal, but it has to be backed up by the study. Pero yung concept is there to capture our imagination and to start the ball rolling. So, sana po matignan po ito at hopefully mapondohan yung master plan or yung feasibility study. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Congressman Garcia. Before proceeding, we'd like to acknowledge the following members: Congresswoman Marlesa Doc Marley Hofer Hasim, 2nd District, Zamboanga, Sibugay; Congressman Isidro Lumayag, 1st District, South Cotabato; Congresswoman Irene Labad-Labad, 2nd District, Zamboanga del Norte; Congressman Robert Nazal, Party List BH, Assistant Minority Leader; Congressman Arnan Panaligan, 1st District, Oriental Mindoro, Deputy Majority Leader; and Congresswoman Katrina Reiko Chuatay, 1st District, City of Zamboanga. Next to ask the questions would be Congressman Tino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, di lang ako natunawan doon sa isang sagot ni Secretary kanina. Nung tinatanong nung mga kasamahan natin yung anong ginagawa tungkol sa baha sa Metro Manila. Tama ba, Sec, yung dinig ko na sabi nyo walang planong sinusunod? Kayong nag-implement, DPWH, ganun ba talaga? Walang plano, master plan, whatever, na sinusunod sa pag-implement ng mga flood control projects, particular sa Metro Manila ngayon? Please clarify.
Your Honor, as I mentioned, actually, I made the premise, actually, that the flood management program for Metro Manila has been taken over by Metropolitan Development Authority, And the department, however, is providing technical assistance in terms of engineering advice for them. But sabi nga namin, I think there is a need actually to undertake a comprehensive master plan for Metro Manila at this point in time, because we have not, as far as we know, except for the Pasig Marikina Floodway Master Plan Program, the internal flooding issues in Metro Manila does not have any master plan for the time being.
Okay, so, Mr. Secretary, correct me if I'm wrong, ang sinasabi nyo, MMDA ang may plano. Ganun ba?
They are the ones now who has taken over the flood management program for Metro Manila, Your Honor.
So there is a program, may programang sinusunod. Po, tama po. Yes. At merong pinagbabatayang plano ito, presumably.
That I would not be very sure, Your Honor, if there is a comprehensive, integrated plan that is now being followed, actually.
Mr. Chair, ako naman, ina-assume ko na the DPWH would be aware of
a plan behind the MMDA's program. No, kasi parang nagsasalita tayo dito na as though we're starting from scratch. Even the Secretary is saying kailangan daw magkaroon tayo ng integrated master plan for, to address flooding in Metro Manila. Pero sa pagkakaalam ko, matagal nang may mga ganyang proposal at plano from the 1970s, no? Tapos kaya nga among others nagresulta ito sa paglikha ng halimbawa Manggahan floodway, di ba? Tapos if I remember correctly, nung panahon ni dating Pangulong Arroyo, meron din siyang inaprubahang plano dito. Nung panahon ni Pangulong Aquino, may binabanggit din na pinapatupad na plano. Di ba naging issue nga nun yung kailangan daw magpatayo ng catch basin sa ilalim ng UST ba yun? Tapos ayaw pumayag. So, in other words, Sec, parang di naman ako makapaniwala na walang existing plan. At kung gayon ay, kasi ang sunod na tanong doon saan na pupunta at paano pinatutupad yung from 2012 to the present? Sabi ay nasa 1.4 trillion na po ang nakalaan sa flood control, no? At papalaki ang pondo na to. Noong 2011, 11 billion lang po ang nakalaan sa budget ng DPWH for flood control. But for 2025, it's 248 billion. 249 for flood control. At presumably malaking bahagi no nasa NCR, no? A significant portion at least ay nasa NCR. Pero bakit parang ang sinasabi walang plano at kailangan palang magbuo ng plano? Pakiklaro lang po. No?
Well, as ang ano po namin, Your Honor, is actually, as I said, the projects that we're implementing for Metro Manila are projects that are actually being requested from the Metropolitan Development Authority. For example, right now, the department is now undertaking the rehabilitation of the internal flooding problems for Metro Manila. The department now is undertaking the upgrading of the 32 pumping stations and the construction of another 4 new pumping stations in Metro Manila under the World Bank assisted program. And aside from that, the department is continuously undertaking yung drainage program alongside the national roads. Yun po ang aming function. No? Now the rest, the internal drainage of Metro Manila is not within the purview of the Department of Public Works and Highways. The other major program that we are undertaking for Metro Manila is the Pasig-Marikina floodway program. Now there are many components of that program. I think we have completed actually 16 projects, including actually the engineering interventions along the Pasig River. Now we are in Marikina, and the other program that we will be implementing under this project would be the implementation of a floodgate, Metro Manila, Marikina flood control gate structure that will divert actually some of the flood waters from the Sierra Madre Mountains going to Laguna Lake. And we are now in the process of doing a feasibility study for the implementation of flood retention structures in the Marikina River Basin as well as in the Sierra Madre watershed area, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. So, ang isang parang lumalabas ay meron talagang apparently may kakulangan
ng buong pagpaplano kaugnay sa pagtugon sa baha sa Metro Manila. Siguro sa pagpapalalim natin, we will pursue this point further. Thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Chair,
Secretary.
just to interject.
Thank you. Yes,
Yes, under the MMDA law, all the tributaries of the major river basins, Pasig, Marikina, is under the control of the Metro Manila Development Authority. It's not the responsibility of even the floodgates, even the pumping stations. They are all under the management of MMDA. Kaya yung plano hindi maliwanag kung ano ba talaga yung plano. Kasi ang MMDA naman, wala naman siyang legislative assembly. It's all the mayors who are controlling yung kung ano man yung mga ordinances, kung ano man yung mga pagpaplano, yung mga mayor ang gumagawa nito. So may kanya-kanya sila. Para tayong mayroong 17 independent republics na nagmamanage ng isang ng waterways na interconnected. Yun ang problema.
thank you, Mr.
Mr. Chair, just to follow up to that. So parang ang pinupunto ng ating kagalang-galang na Senior Deputy Minority Leader is yung existing na kaayusan ng MMDA ang parang nagiging hadlang sa buo o holistic na pagtugon sa problema ng flooding, no? At sa aking pagtingin, hindi ba dapat panghawakan ng national government ang usaping ito dahil in the end ito ang may dapat na may responsibilidad na matiyak na matugunan ang problema ng baha. So yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before we proceed, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Dasa Nico Raul of the 1st District of Northern Samar and San Fernando Elijah Rumabua, Party List Kamanggawa. The next to ask a question, Honorable Gonzales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, good Secretary and the DPWH family. The City of Santa Rosa and the nearby cities, Biñang, Cabuyao, Calamba, and even San Pedro is always and will always be the catch basin of Silang and Tagaytay. So the continuous heavy rain and the overflow of river resulted to localized flooding. So in that sense, Mr. Secretary, we are sometimes hopeless. Pagka po nandiyan na bagyo, nag-iisip na kami because we are on the downstream. And even the Nuvali area is somehow 100 feet ang elevation from the city proper, the old town. So pagka po nasa Nuvali ka, you feel safe. But our constituents on the downstream area, especially nearby the Laguna de Bay, so pagka po ito ng mga ulanan, heavy rain, bagyo, so they are problematic. And in that sense, Mr. Secretary, the sentiment of the good congressman from Biñan, maybe from the 2nd District, Cabuyao, and the San Pedro, and my representation from the Lone District of Santa Rosa, we are urging the DPWH to seriously take a look on study on the systematic dredging practices. So hindi po yung kasi po ang mga LGU may mga dredging eh. So dredging so nangyayari po yan, but it is a short-term solution. But this time baka po naman you may take the lead because as a while ago you are telling us that the Laguna de Bay is under the jurisdiction of the LLDA. So, meaning to say, ang lahat ng mga pagkilos dito, we need to ask the Laguna Lake Development Authority. So, Mr. Secretary, is it possible for the DPWH, under your leadership, to create a tripartite committee, the DPWH, the LLDA, and the LGU nearby the Laguna de Bay to make a study or to make a solution. Maybe solution is the most effective and most efficient way to relieve itong pong pagbaha sa area namin. And I know maybe it will also a big help to Manila and even sa mga kabalit pa pong lugar. So we are urging you, Mr. Secretary, to please, can you make a tripartite committee so that this problem, the perennial problem in our area will be addressed seriously. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I think the department would be ready and gladly participate in a tripartite agreement or collaborative effort actually to see the address actually the flooding problems in the area, Your Honor. As you mentioned, actually, I think one of the major problems there now is actually the siltation of the waterways in the areas, and it needs actually a massive dredging and the silting. You see, the carrying capacity of the rivers now are very limited, very shallow. So very shallow. The riverbeds are very shallow. So any downpour that you would expect actually will just overflow to the neighboring areas actually. And these are very serious concerns. And this is actually what we intend actually. Hopefully that in 2026 that we shall now be able to get our funding allocations for us to be able to equip our field offices to obtain actually the necessary equipment for dredging and the silting operations along the rivers, Your Honor.
Thank you so much for the positive response, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Now, the Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Lacson Maria Nina Francisca of the party list Manila Teachers. Next to ask question is Honorable Igay Erese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary, yung po mga long-term projects na ginagawa na ng department, meron din po sigurong mga medium-term solutions. Like, for example, ayusin natin yung system of governance as far as NCR is concerned. Pero at the end of the day, pag uwi namin sa aming mga distrito, tatanungin kami, ganito pa rin ba next year? Ganito pa rin ba? May magagawa ba tayo na mga immediate courses of action? At least na kahit pa paano, mabawasan natin yung pagdurusa ng mga mamamayan at ng ating lungsod. So, gusto ko lang pong, meron lang po akong mga proposal at tingnan nyo kung ito po ay makakatulong sa atin. Una, yung po mga waterways natin, especially the natural waterways, matagal na pong hindi na-dredge. Meron po bang absorptive capacity ang DPWH to dredge all the waterways and tributaries throughout Metro Manila? As an agency, do you have the absorptive capacity?
Your Honor, ito yung matagal na namin inaasam-asam sa Department of Public Works Highways, to be very blunt about it. From the very start of this administration, we said we need to do the silting and dredging operations all over the country, not only in Metro Manila. Kasi we know that this is a basic problem actually for the flooding issues. Kasi, as I said, waterways, the carrying capacity of the rivers, waterways are very limited now, very shallow. So we need actually to enhance the carrying capacity of the rivers actually, especially in Metro Manila. Unfortunately, I think past years we've been trying to get already the necessary equipment sana. But I hope that in 2020...
Maybe Congress can help you do that.
I hope we pray. In 2026, Your Honor, I think we pray and we ask the support of Congress actually to help us out and start a massive dredging program.
Yes, and second, Mr. Secretary, according to studies, at least 1 million tons of garbage are stuck in our creeks every month. Nawawala lang po ito pagka bumaba, umuulan, napupunta doon sa mga floodgates. Pero marami po nito ay nasa mga waterways natin. 1 million tons of garbage every day. Pero ito pong mga ito ay binabayaran ng mga mamamayan natin sapagkat ang karamihan ng kontrata ng mga kolekta ng basura sa Metro Manila ay clean all. Ibig sabihin, ang computation nila, 0.74 kilo per person times the population, yun ang binabayaran ng mga local governments sa mga kontraktor ng basura. Kaya ang yayaman na po ng mga kontraktor ng basura, nagpopondo na ng mga politiko. Kung meron pong narco-politics, may garbage politics din. So, palagay ko pwedeng makatulong ang Kongreso dito. Especially the Public Accounts Committee, ang Metro Manila. Baka po pwede natin dahil ang kontrata ay clean all, dapat kasama yung mga basura na nasa creek, kasama yung mga basura na sa drainage, nakukolektahin nila. Kahit dagdagan pa nila yung presyo, kung mahirap, dagdagan na nila yung presyo, mawala lang yung basura, mabawasan lang yung bahan natin. Dahil kahit i-dredge natin paulit-ulit, kung ganito yung sistema nung solid waste management natin, wala ring mangyayari. Napakaseryoso po ito. Ito po siguro dapat tingnan ng ating Pangulo. Bakit? According to a study conducted by scientists all over the world, and it was reported in 2020 by Bloomberg, yung pong karagatan sa buong mundo ay punong-puno na ng plastic waste. Yan po yung pinagmumula nung nagpo-pollute sa ating mga karagatan. Alam niyo po ba, according to the study, 37% ng mga plastic waste sa buong mundo, sa mga karagatan ng buong mundo, galing sa Pilipinas. Ang India po, 1 billion ang population, 12% ang contribution nila. Ang China po, 1 billion ang population, 6% ang contribution nila. Ang US po, napakalaki, 0.03%. The rest of the world, 8%. Yan po, ang ibig pong sabihin niya, ganyan, yan po ang nagme-measure ng efficiency ng solid waste management. At kung yan, yung 37%, ang ibig po sabihin niya, napakabalahura, napakasalaula ng ating solid waste management system. Kaya hindi ako magtataka na yung baha, hindi po yung flood control ang problema. Ang baha sa Metro Manila, number 1, yung solid waste management system dito. Kung pwede po, matulungan natin ang Public Works, gusto natin, patawag natin, MMDA, patawag natin lahat ng mayor, dapat mag-commit sila. Dapat kasama sa kukolektahin na binabayaran natin nating mga nakatira sa Metro Manila, yung mga basura na nasa creek at nasa mga drainage. As I said before, Singapore po, 7 million ang population. 2,400 compactor trucks ang ginagamit nila, which is equivalent to 2.5 times 2.5 ng mga ginagamit nating garbage trucks. Tayo po, wala pang 2,000 dito sa Metro Manila, doble yung populasyon natin. Ganyan po kagrabe yung ating problema sa basura. Salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Irice. Next to ask the question would be, well, before she asks the question, we'd like to recognize Congressman James Jojo Ang Jr., Party List, Uswag, Ilonggo, Assistant Majority Leader. The next to ask the question would be Congresswoman Ko.
And magandang hapon po sa Secretary. Siguro magpapakilala lang po ako kasi aside from being a representation of the youth through Kabataan Party List, nakatira po ako sa Malabon. Specifically, nakatira ako sa Tinajeros. And Tinajeros, notorious yan laging babahain, konting ulan lang. At ito ang karanasan namin last year, yung bahay namin, binaha sa loob hanggang bewang. Ngayon din ay binaha yung loob ng area namin. At sa mga volunteer efforts na ginagawa ng mga kabataan in the area, ang nakikita namin at nila sa interviews sa mga affected communities, na po-point nila yung reclamation bilang isa sa mga causes ng flooding. May mga iba't ibang manifestations yung honorable Congress people dito sa mga iba't ibang causes, di ba? Nandiyan syempre yung drainage systems natin, patuloy silang barado, nandiyan din yung solid waste management, kung paano kailangan great improvement yung kailangang mangyari para hindi na ito magdulot din sa clog ng drainage systems natin. Pero so far, no, first time siguro kong narinig yung reclamation bilang isa sa mga causes nito. And to echo din yung sinabi ni Honorable Deputy Minority Leader Egay Erice, no, ang kailangan nating i-explore din yung pagkakaroon ng pagbabalik sa natural drainage passages, that reclamation projects, no, ang bumabara dito. Porket kaysa naman sa maalaw natin yung tubig na kapag binaha or merong drainages ay through the natural passageway siya lalabas, madidisrupt ito ng mga reclamation projects. And heavily affected ang coastal communities like Malabon, like Navotas, etc. And ito na nga yung reason why noong nagkaroon ng pagbabaha muli, no, in the past years, nagkaroon ng suspension of reclamation projects, no, in Manila Bay, and in-explore din yung pagkakaroon ng suspension na to dun sa Taliptip, Bulacan. Though may reports tayo, no, this year lang, mga months before, na hindi nasusunod yung mga suspension orders na ito. So siguro ang tanong ko po sa Honorable Secretary here today ay una, may pag-aaral na po ba ang DPWH sa effect ng reclamation projects doon sa worsening flooding in Metro Manila, and paano ito nakaka-affect sa drainage systems? Dahil meron ng pag-aaral yung third parties, no? And na-attribute talaga nila yung reclamation projects bilang additional costs and nakaka-exacerbate ng flooding. I understand na kayo po ay may coordination efforts with the Philippine Reclamation Authority, so baka po pwedeng ma-share ninyo kung may pag-aaral na po bang nangyari dito. And ikalawa po, ano pong pwedeng magawa ng DPWH to ensure compliance doon sa mga suspension of these reclamation projects, na inliw nga na nakikita to na isang reason for the flooding. So I understand na DNR yung nag-suspend, ganyan. Pero given na, yun nga, meron kayong coordination, no, with PRA, ano pong magiging efforts natin to ensure that kind of compliance?
Your Honor, I must admit that I think the Department of Public Works and Highways did not have any comprehensive study on the reclamations. To start with, I think nadatnan na lang namin yung reclamation projects to start with under this administration, and then they're there. Actually, now the issue is actually whether this has significantly impacted on the flooding problems or exacerbated the flooding problems in Metro Manila and nearby areas. Ang kuwan lang po namin dito, technically kasi po, to start with, let's say for example, there's a big reclamation program long before, no? Ito yung dyan sa cultural center and everything. That is a reclaimed area. It's a big one. It's a big reclamation area at that time. I don't think, hindi naman nakapag-cause yata ng flooding problems during those times. No? And tinitingnan din naman namin kasi, technically, for as long as there is no blockage doon sa main waterways that na nagano sa Metro Manila ay sa yung rivers like Pasig River, Tulyahan River, and other rivers that hindi naman yun nakabara yung mga reclamation areas. But having said that anyway, I think there is still probably a need actually to look into the technical issues. Once again, no? I know that reclamation in many parts of the world is actually being done doon sa kanila. If there would be some scientific basis actually that we can see and adapt probably to abate yung mga flooding problems that may be caused actually. Yun po siguro ang pagtutuunan po namin ng pansin kung meron po. Yes po.
Yung second question na lang po, yung sagot po doon, yung paano makakatulong yung DPWH sa pag-ensure ng compliance ng suspension of continued reclamation projects. No, given yung naging earlier investigations in relation sa effect niya sa flooding, but may reports tayo na wala pa naman tayo nakuha report na na-lift na yung suspension, pero hindi naman po nasusunod yung suspension.
Whatever is the technical contribution that we can actually participate, Your Honor, to address yung mga problems for the flooding that may be caused by the yung mga reclamations. I think we can do that. I think as far as I can recall, actually yung mga reclamation projects, they have already imposed actually a 400 meters space between mainland Metro Manila and the reclamation areas to give way for unimpeded flow of flood waters to the Manila Bay. So meron na pong space, no? They've required actually yung reclamation areas that from the existing Metro Manila to the reclamation area, meron natang imposed na 400 meters space. Hindi ho nakadikit ngayon yung reclamation areas in Metro Manila.
To clarify po, yung 400 meters na to, ito yung supposed waterway na dito magde-drain.
Yes.
And tama po ba na is this the natural waterway or ito po yung binuo ng reclamation project na artificial at hindi alinsunod dun sa natural waterway na yon?
Well, the natural waterway, as I can see, Your Honor, is actually the direct discharge of the main rivers in Metro Manila to Manila Bay. Like, let's say, Pasig River. Pasig River, that should be unimpeded. It should not be blocked at all. You know? Tulyahan River should not be blocked at all. Yung mga ganon. So all these things actually should be free from the intervention of yung mga reclamation areas, Your Honor.
At sa bahagi naman po namin, may plano rin tayong mas i-explore at pag-aralan pa further kung paano yung effect ng reclamation ngayon na dahil nga perhaps sa mga patong-patong na effects of reclamation throughout decades na ang nakikita natin, for example, in Jakarta, ang effect ng sunod-sunod na to ay lumulubog ang Jakarta. And meron na nga pong mga studies na nagsasabi that same effect is happening in NCR. So, that will exacerbate at papalalain pa niya yung flooding na nangyayari in coastal communities. So, sa amin, gusto namin mas explore pa further and mas mapag-aralan pa. Sana magkaroon ng mga mas marami pang hearings like this para mas makapag-present din ng studies, yung DPWH. Sana ay yung cooperation po ni Honorable Secretary and your department and yung mga, lalo na ang coordinating bodies that is directly responsible for reclamation like PRA, makapag-present din ng findings and makapag-invite din tayo ng mga third parties, that have like UP-NOAA, that have undertaken studies, in relation to the effect of reclamation to flooding. Ito po, susuportahan din po buong buo ng Kongreso.
No, we certainly will participate actually actively in the technical issues actually pertaining to yung mga effects of reclamation projects with regard to the flooding issues in the surrounding areas, Your Honor. You can expect that. We will participate to the best that we can actually. Including siguro dapat DNR. DNR is the one that's issuing actually the environmental clearance certificate.
Yes,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you po.
Okay, thank you for the questions, Congresswoman Ko. We'd like to acknowledge Congressman Carlos Andes Loria, 2nd District of Albay. Next to ask the question po is Congresswoman Bondok, please.
Thank you very much and good afternoon po for this opportunity. As you know, 2 weeks na po ako naka-shorts at naka-crocs kasi po lumulusong ako sa baha. So thank you, Secretary, and everyone else. So, do you have the photos? Sige po, habang inayos niyo po yung litrato, just to show you po. First of all, magugulat po kayo with my statement, but flooding can be very beneficial. Sa amin po, it has always flooded every year, no? And bakit po beneficial yun? Because pag bumaba po yung tubig galing po sa bundok, and that includes the Sierra Madre, okay? So, abot po sa amin yung Sierra Madre, dun po, ayan. So, back po, first photo. So, yan po, no? That's the Macabebe High School, ayan po. That's part of the 2 billion school buildings na binigay po ng DepEd, inabot rin. And that was just last week. So, dala-dala po nung ating pong kababayan yung relief goods ng DSWD. So, moving forward, opo. Ayan po, the flooding is the worst in 50 years. It got so bad po that wala na pong makapasok na sasakyan. And pinadala na po yung Philippine Army kasi it was the largest disaster po in the last 50 years. It was so horrible po that our district hospital was closed dahil po because inabot na po ng baha yung district hospital. So the patients had to be evacuated, and first time in 50 years also that the district hospital closed. So napakasad talaga noon. Ano po, buti na lang may backup hospital ako. So, linipat po namin doon. But we have suffered po the worst flood in 50 years or ever since ako po ay nabubuhay. And it's indeed very, very, very sad po, no? To the fact na nasarado pa po yung ospital namin. But that being said, yung tubig po sa amin ay galing po ng Sierra Madre, okay? Aside from that, may tubig din po kami nagba-backflow from Manila Bay. So, dalawa po yung may tubig pataas going down at may tubig kami sa baba going up. So, nagkikita-kita po sila to produce the most massive flood ever seen. But again, flooding can be beneficial if it is properly controlled. Kasi po, nalilinis din po yung abono and pesticides. And then, nagtatanggal na rin. Ang masama lang po talaga pag nagtatagal po yung baha. Every year we flood and that gives new soil and the most fertile rice po in the entire Central Luzon. Kaya lang, by the way, Candaba Swamp is not only in Candaba, Bulacan, areas of Nueva Ecija, and areas po Pampanga. Napangalan lang pong Candaba Swamp, just to let everyone know. And it produces po 50% of the rice in Pampanga. So, ililinaw ko lang po yon. So, marami yung nagsasabi, Doktora, ba't di ka nalang umalis dyan? Well, we can't leave because vital infrastructures are here like the railway, and the NLEX. And we have the #1 fishing industry po in the Philippines, aquaculture, billion din po yan. And our industry will not exist po without water. Pero too much water, masama rin yun. So, 2 years ago, the NLEX flooded. And I always say, no, I'm very happy. I'm sad that the NLEX flooded, but I'm happy also that it flooded. Kasi dati, bahala ka sa buhay mo. But when the NLEX flooded, suddenly it was everybody's problem na po. And we realized that it's not a small problem of a certain number of towns, but it is now a national problem. So during that time, there was this debate whether dredging is useless or necessary. I think we've already settled that sa dami po nang nagsabi na dredging is important. My first question is, pwede ba kami bigyan na lang ng dredgers yung mga LGU para sila na lang po mag-dredge? Lalo na kami mouth of Pampanga River po kasi kami. That might be a better solution para yearly, i-dredge na lang po.
I think pwede naman natin pong mapagtulungan po siguro. I think with the participation of the local governments. Ang ano lang po namin dito is we don't still have the equipment to start with. The equipment that we have now, yung pang nadatnan pa rin ni Undersecretary Momo nung Undersecretary pa siya. So lumang-luma na po, wala na pong mga, saka si Secretary Mercado nung araw pa, wala na pong mga spare parts yung mga yon. So I think ito po yung ngayong pinag-asam-asam namin na dapat makabili nga kami ng bagong dredging equipment in the next few years po. But rest assured po na kung meron po kaming equipment that would be made available, I think we can explore the possibility with the LGUs po. Not only with the LGUs, but ang programa po namin dito is actually once we have the equipment, we can do it by administration. Yes po.
Okay. I would like to say that dredging is important sa amin. Hindi lang po because of normal soil na nahuhulog, pero ang nahuhulog po sa amin is lahar. So can you imagine kung gaano katigas yun, and that's occupying the bottom po of all our rivers. It got so bad nga that the DPWH made another river kasi hindi na talaga pwedeng existing rivers. So gumawa po sila ng third river. And that's part of it was already slope protected using our Korean loans. So sobrang grabe na po yung wala na kaming river carrying capacity. Gumawa na po tayo ng bagong river, which we call the third river. So baka kailangan na ho ng fourth river ngayon. So next question I wanted to ask, bakit po may ceiling yung budget ng mga tao, lalo na po pagdating sa flood controls? Hindi po ba dapat kung saan yung needs, di doon yung proyekto? Kasi po, yung area ko, nakasiling ako sa flood control. Pero kami po, anyway, let me put it this way, okay? Pag may tubig, kami po dito, so lahat kayo, babahain. So kailangan buksan to. No? And that's what dredging is. Once you open this, lalabas lahat eh. That is what dredging is about. But my question is, hindi ho ba dapat yung mga flood controls by needs? Hindi ho by ceilings? Kasi pag siniling po kami, abot yung tubig sa ceiling. So, what is the point of this? And lastly, why are we, sana po, ilagay po natin yung mga flood controls dun sa lugar na nagpa-flood. Hindi po sa lugar na hindi nagpa-flood. So, can we discuss po na baka naman areas? Kasi pag nabara po kami, lahat kayo, paakyat yung problema. Opo. So, kailangan ho talaga namin ng mga flood controls. Kasi if there was a ranking of flood sa Pilipinas, sa amin na yon. So, is it possible na to discuss further flood controls? Opo.
Yes, Your Honor. I think ang naman po namin in the preparation of our National Expenditure Program, as we said, we have two core functions. 001 is actually for National Roads and Bridges Management. 002 is flood control. Now, in the allocation of your NEP, National Expenditure Program allocation, We only say that 30% of your allocation can be devoted to local projects, and the 70% can either be 001 or 002. Doesn't really, we don't have any ceiling at all for both. If you want to use actually the entire allocation of 70% for flood control, you can do so. If you want to put it all in roads, you can do so as well. You know, it's flexible, Your Honor, depending on the requirements that you may need in that area. So wala ko kaming ceiling na ini-impose for flood control or roads at all.
Well,
For the 70%.
Opo, pero nakasiling pa rin ho yun.
The ceiling is actually the ceiling that you are imposing is actually yung allocation for
Per person.
for the legislative district.
Ayun na nga ho, but we shouldn't confine it ho to per legislative district 1 bika or something. Dapat alamin mo kung ano yung needs. Kasi yung flood control namin is possibly more than 1B already. Opo. And again, kung saan po yung, kasi kung ako mababaha, hindi lang ako lang eh. Lahat po tayo mababaha. We can no longer pass the NLEX. Our railway is going to be useless. So, sana po, pag-isipan lang. Opo. And then moving forward po, ano ba? I was always told when I was young na Jaika told me when I was really starting out, sabi, you cannot fight water. As I was borrowing 7B, they told me you cannot fight water. You have to learn to live with flood. So how are we adapting ourselves? I'd like to share po yung school building po namin. Paki-project lang po. Sige po, next pa. Sige po. Anyway, gumagawa na po kami ng school building na wala pong first floor.
Yes.
Opo. And may we request that to be the design standard. Yes. Nakabigay ba?
Yes.
Nabigay po yung picture. If you could project it po para we can see what we are talking about. Ma'am Jem? Ay, naayos lang. So basically, I'm proposing a design standard na po. Meron na ba? Ayan po, oh. Tingnan niyo po, yung ilalim, talagang empty na siya. Para pagdating po ng tubig, dadaan lang po. Tapos, everybody lives on the second floor and gumagawa po kami parang mga sky bridge. So, I hope that we could impose this as or study this as this design standard for all public buildings actually. Pati yung hospital ko, nakaangat na po. Yung ilalim parking po yan. So, kasi, di ba, the definition of, I don't want to say the word stupid eh. The definition of not being effective is repeating the same mistake over and over again. Opo. So, ang dami na ho naming natambak. Yung mga roads namin, 5 times na pong ginawa. So, yung climate change, parang may marathon. Tapos pagdating mo sa finish line, biglang inuurong uli. So, it's never gonna end eh. So, iyan ang suggestion ko po. I hope all government buildings will be constructed in that manner na po. And that during the summer, we can use the first floor. And during the rainy season, we can use the second floor po. And then they will be connected by a sky bridge. Darating po si Secretary Sani Angara on Wednesday to consider this na po, to do the ribbon cutting po. So, yun. And finally, I wanted also to say, there's much talk about impounding and all of this. Ang ano ko lang po talaga is, it's okay to help flooded areas, but it's not proper naman to flood other areas na hindi naman ho fina-flood para lang ho makatulong dun sa iba. Kasi syempre may karapatan din naman ho yung mga taong may bahay na i-resettle natin para ho bahain. So yung proposal po ng ng water impounding, I don't believe that it's a water impounding kasi Secretary Singson told me that he needed, and it's on record in the newspaper, that he was planning to flood 20,000 hectares of farmland. Yes, it's in the Philippine Star, year of 2020. 2016. So he said that. So I don't believe that this water impounding will stop from 200 hectares or what. Para yan, ano, di ba may boyfriend ka, sabi holding hands lang, afterwards buntis ka na. So, ganon. You start small and then just keep making the situation worse until malaking-malaki na. So, that is why we are against water impounding, or sana sabihin nyo yung totoo, kukunin nyo yung tubig para i-sell sa MWSS. So at least that is the belief in our place, and it's actually quite a violent issue. So wag na ho nating ulitin yung violence dito na nangyari. But yun, I'm just only explaining lang po my side, na masyado pong emotional yung mga tao, lalo na po kung kukunin po yung mga bahay nila. And that's 9,000 to be resettled, so parang ayaw na ayaw po. But I think I would like to thank the DPWH and Yusek Sadain for moving this project to San Antonio Swamp, kung saan po naman na-welcome po nila ng mabuti kasi nobody naman is living in the San Antonio Swamp. So they were very happy po, and I would like to put it on record that I would like to thank the DPWH for this for moving the project po to a place that was more receptive po sa ano, and hopefully, we will see po if this becomes more effective. But again, the volume of water is really so great po. So sir, and can you enlighten us lastly on the Korean loan and what's happening po? Kasi we are also borrowing from Korea.
Your Honor, may I ask our Senior Undersecretary to elaborate on the status of this project?
Yusek Sadain is recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. The phase one, as what has been mentioned by the good Congresswoman, has already been completed sometime April last year. And that was the phase one. And the phase two, that would extend all the way upstream by 17 kilometers. That is actually in the pipeline now of the Korean Eximbankment. So they're looking at on some revisiting of the FS that was previously done way back 4 or 5 years ago. So it is something that the Korean Exim Bank may have to consider it in the coming years, because phase one may not be sufficient if you don't have the phase two, meaning the upstream section that would connect the delivery of flood water all the way to Manila Bay. Tuloy-tuloy pa naman yan po, ma'am.
So, thank you so much po for that. And lastly, I would like to personally thank our RDC, Sir Dong Tolentino, and our good USEX and Secretary, of course, sa maraming tulong po, no? Climate change is here. We need to act po decisively. And sabi nga, yung problema po namin ay napakabigat, pero pag marami pong tumutulong, ay gumagaan kahit papano. So maraming salamat po. And sana po magtulungan tayo moving forward.
Makakaasa po kayo.
Thank you, Congresswoman Bondok. We're down to our last two members. Next to ask the question is Congresswoman Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po, USEX at mga regional directors and my colleagues. Just some observations, Mr. Chair, on the comments earlier cited already. So this representation agrees with the Secretary and other representatives with the importance of, with the observation of the silted riverways. So it's really very evident na kung walang pupuntahan yung tubig, talagang maninira po ng kabukiran, ng bahay, etc. So, I agree po with the proposal of Secretary na sana makapag-dredge or desilt tayo by admin, and hopefully, hindi lang by region yung pagbaba ng by admin, pero sana by district, considering the length of riverways that needs to be desilted. Second, I just wanted also to share the importance of a master drainage plan, not only a flood control plan. So when I was a local chief executive, I contracted a consultancy firm to do a master drainage plan for the municipality of Dinulupihan. Partially, yung mga binabahan noon the rough cost around 5-6 years ago was 1.2 billion. So this is only for one municipality. So kahit na merong initiative yung municipality for having a master drainage plan, medyo imposible pa rin po talaga i-fund. Siguro nga prioritization, multi-year, pero sana we know, parang we validate the amount and we really project it na magagawa natin over, let's say, 10 years and then we prioritize para makokompleto yung project. Kasi katulad ng observations kanina, we have a master plan pero yung budget hanggang dito lang, hindi po siya effective and sayang lang po yung budget na ginagastos natin. Of course, with due respect to Congresswoman Ana, our master drainage plan has a component of a retention fund. The plan was zero inundation, 50 years, computing the volume of rainwater, etc. Wala talaga siyang pupuntahan. So we really need the retention fund and then little by little release it. Pero sana we also have the other agencies' validation on how to, kung hindi natin i-release sa rivers or sa outfall natin, sana we can reuse the water kasi nandyan na siya. So I don't think it's only a DPWH initiative. It can be NIA, it can be water resources, it can be, so we can use the flood water sana. Pero again, multi-agency po talaga yung issue ng climate change. So, if other LGUs have such studies, and baka yung other LGUs will not have that budget, baka we really need to put in master plan feasibility studies in our budget para once and for all, we have a complete feasibility study for all the LGUs, for all the concerns, para we know what the root cause of our problem is. And of course, decide how we want to tackle that problem. Thirdly, kanina we were saying, Mr. Chair, you were saying na we are requesting for DPWH to submit the list of the projects since 3 years ago, and then what has been completed and what has not yet been completed and what has been damaged. But may we also request for the complete list of flood control projects that's needed. Kasi echoing Congresswoman Ana's comment, hindi matatapos yung problema with what has just been budgeted in the last 3 years. So I think we need an overall picture of what flood control projects we need on a per district, per town, or per region, and how much have we allocated for those flood control para we have that perspective na kung medyo over and above our net, saan natin pwede itong ma-source out? Kasi the farmers yung nangungutang tapos wala silang ibabayad kasi na calamity yung farm nila, yung mga bahay na pinundar ng OFWs na nabaha ulit. So, parang I think we need yung overall picture of our flood control issues, yung budget natin, para nga we can have a band-aid, short-term, medium, long-term solution for our flood control projects. And lastly, I echo Congressman Franz Pumaren's, somebody else says about the bridges. So I think our problem is not only flood control in terms of riverways. Bridges have been have been affected as well. And aside from this, the landslide areas as well. So I think we tackle, the problem not only zeroing in on flood control na river, but other calamity-induced damages on our main roads, which are equally important as flood control. So hopefully, we can see overall need, what budget we need, what we can prioritize para at least kahit na mahaba yung pila, alam ko na umaandar. Alam ko na I am 7th of the priority, I am 8th of the priority, and alam ko na walang sisingit dun sa pila na gumagalaw naman, so that we can also explain to our constituents and prioritize with other agencies as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Secretary, do you want to respond, please?
I think well noted, Your Honor. I think the proposals elucidated by the good Congresswoman are well accepted, actually. And I think we need actually to have this collaborative effort and comprehensive, to address comprehensively the issues, not only in the flood control, but the impacts of the climate change that we are now experiencing, actually. Your Honor.
Congressman Hernandez, please.
Magandang gabi, Secretary. Magandang gabi to all the DPWH department. Hindi ko na naman tatagalin to. I would like to second the proposal of Congresswoman Gila. Kasi if you look at the allocations, especially now, the flood control is very controversial. DP will be coming up with a list of flood control projects, contractors, saan allocated lahat to. So my question usually is that how do you allocate flood control projects? Because when you say climate change, it doesn't affect only Metro Manila. It affects everybody. Sometimes it's so hard for us to ask for a flood control, but easier for other regions or areas. So parang, I think what we're asking, I'm from Region 12, that we get fair treatment when it comes to allocations. Kasi pati naman kami binabaha. Pero I think the concept here, we should not be reactionary. There has to be funds to protect and prevent. Kasi mas maganda yung prevention sa mag-react ka na lang eh. Like what's happening now, every time may issue ng flooding, nagka-problema, then they'll point finger to DPWH. Sometimes it's unfair because there are technical issues naman na tama si DP, pero iba yung pananaw ng ibang tao. So, Mr. Secretary, kasi pag nilabas na yung listahan yan, makikita natin dyan, bakit mas malaki sa region na to, ito napakaliit lang sa ibang regions, di ba? So, I hope with this budget in 2026 budget, na we also get a fair treatment in the allocations that we ask. Kasi maraming binibigay eh. Sometimes lumalabas na lang yung listahan, pero hindi naman yun yung priority. So, ang sagot naman dyan, hindi, sinabit nyo naman yung listahan. No? Yeah, we know. Pero minsan, yung gusto mong project, hindi yun ang lumalabas. So, I mean, when it comes to yung pinaka-major na project na talagang makaka-prevent ng flood, hindi yun ang minsan ang lumalabas sa listahan. So, Mr. Secretary, with what's happening now and learning from what happened today, and no less than the President is concerned about these flood control projects before and moving forward, siguro mas maayos natin to, diba? So, again, I would like to reiterate that let us not concentrate in Metro Manila. We also need, priority when it comes to allocation. Kasi hindi pa man kami binaha ngayon, pero it doesn't mean na hindi kami magsasuffer ng ganyang baha. Because nakikita na natin yan, we have major rivers in certain areas na kailangan ng, kumbaga, proteksyonan. No? So, at least, siguro pag lumabas yung listahan, makikita natin yan, Mr. Secretary. Maraming magtatanong dyan. Bakit malaki dito? Bakit maliit dito? Bakit ganito nangyari? I will leave it to DP to answer that. So, given all these issues today, ginabi na tayo, maraming insinuations, maraming nagtuturo, maraming nagdududa. Maybe before we end this, Mr. Chairman, we also would like to give the Secretary and the entire DP family, baka meron silang gustong sabihin na gusto nilang ipaabot sa publiko, that every time there's a problem like this, it's not always it's not always DP ang may kasalanan. It might be technical, but this is the opportunity na dapat din nating ibigay sa kanila kasi maraming katanungan eh. Hindi lang naman sila ang involved dito, marami pang iba. Pero maybe this is the right time before we end this session na baka merong gustong sabihin si Secretary o may mga undersecretaries na you want to clarify and to end with the statement by saying that we are doing our job. It so happened that we are also limited and there are issues na dapat i-address even in the way Congress allocating the budget. Kasi meron din mga bagay-bagay na taliyong kamay nyo eh, na gusto nyo rin sabihin na sana sa sunod na budget, ganito na lang pwedeng gawin para mas magagawa namin yung aming trabaho. So, Mr. Secretary, it's your turn.
Nasabi na ni Congressman kung ano. Anyway, yes, thank you for that input, Your Honor. I think what we are actually aiming for is actually that in the next 3 years of this administration, that it will be more coherent, actually, and more collaborative effort from the legislative and the executive to do the best we can, that we can coordinate with the priorities actually in each of the legislative districts and in all the areas in the country actually to address itong mga pressing problems natin. I think collaboration is one we need actually. Sana if we can avoid surprises eventually, then that would be the best way that we can move forward actually para we concentrate on priorities actually in the formulation of the forthcoming budgets of the department.
Sige po, I think wala na po magtatanong.
Mr. Chair,
Ay,
last
Congressman
interpolator.
Ko, please.
I've heard to the sentiment of our colleague from Las Peñas as far as delayed, so much delayed of infrastructure development within his area of jurisdiction. I have a good question to the Secretary. Mr. Secretary, do we encounter a delay as far as the contractor in the implementations of the flood control project? Do we encounter the delay?
Well, Your Honor, there may be some instances that the implementation of flood control projects may be delayed.
Oh.
There are circumstances like, for example, resettlement issues. Resettlement issues, if you do a flood control project that will involve resettlement issues, may take some time. Now, right-of-way acquisition is another thing that may delay implementation of the projects.
Do we recall, as far as memorandum circle of the Public Works and Highways, as far that there will be any slippage? There must be a fine of a contractor if they encounter slippage, especially exceeding negative 15 slippages and outright cancellations of contract?
That's correct, Your Honor. That's correct, Your Honor. And for as long as the 15% slippage is actually the fault of the contractor. But as I said, if there are other intervening circumstances that
Not
might
a cost by a force major. Okay.
Yes.
The question is that the contractor exceeding negative 15%, and if the Public Works and Highways is not convinced as far as the catch-up program to be presented by the Public Works and Highways, the contractor should fine 0.1% for every delayed per day to the total construction cost. Do you agree that?
Look into, Your Honor. I don't know if... of course. Yes, these are what this is what you call the liquidated damage, Your Honor. Yes, there is a provision in the contract, liquidated damages.
That is, I think, stipulated in the Procurement Government Act.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Last na, ma'am. Kasi
Talagang last na.
nakakaya. Sige.
Given that climate change is only gonna get worse and Metro Manila is really underwater, would you suggest that, I personally am suggesting that we move all government buildings to Clark, para, tapatin na natin na babahay na lang tayo. And it's time to seriously consider this. Clark was chosen by the Americans para maglagay ng base doon kasi hindi pa siya nababaha in 100 years. So, siguro tapos na yung pinatubo. Kasi ang Jakarta po is sinking and always flooding, so they moved. So, on a note, maybe we should look very hard at what we're doing here. And maybe it's time for us to consider another solution and to make Clark the government capital of the Philippines. Salamat po.
Thank you, Congresswoman Bondok. Siguro, just to wrap it up, Mr. Secretary, siguro medyo pitin yung tanong natin kanina dun sa ano po. Ano na lang siguro yung mensahe natin kasi siyempre we want it to be very focused on the commitment of the department relating to the concerns of the President on flood control projects. It has raised so much concerns in the last couple of days, no? But the question of Congress to the department is, syempre you will come up with the list. But the next on the list is what else will we be doing with the list, no? Particularly on those that are found to be substandard, those that are found to have failed, those that have been found to have been delayed, and those that might be found to be ghosts, no? So, kasi ito na po yung next kasi ngayon kaya it's a sweeping overview of how the department works, no? And this is for the benefit of the public that are very much interested in how we would be resolving it. Pero yun na ho yung next step When we do the exhaustive hearings, it will now be about the scrutiny of these projects. Failed, substandard, ghost, delayed, no? So, yan na po yung magiging tanong. So, basically, the hard questions will be asked in that hearing already. So, ano po yung, what can we actually expect in the commitment, particularly relating to this basket of concerns by the President and the public?
Well, Your Honor, I think this is the basic premise of the intent of the President, actually, to see how these projects have been implemented. If there would be if there will be concerns and anything that will be found in the process, I think due process will have to be carried out. Actually, whoever the responsible people will be identified, Your Honor. That's the message of the President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you to the department. We will deliver the closing remarks. We'll start first with Congressman Mercado, former DPWH Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think we have exhaustively discussed the problem, and we are noting solutions, one of which is Master Development Plan, Flood Control Master Development Plan, and proper coordination between especially in Metro Manila, MMDA, and the different agencies involved like DPWH and other agencies. And I think this is a good start. We will continue to hear the concerns of our department and support in the budget deliberation, and most especially, we maintain our position to retain our Secretary, SMB, Secretary Manny Bunuan as the Secretary, and we will oppose any attempt to do something, because I think he has performed excellently, and I really admire his humility and focus on his work as the Secretary. On behalf of our committee, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all the Undersecretary, Senior Undersecretary, Undersecretaries, and Regional Directors, Assistant Secretaries who are here. You're all my friends as your former Secretary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Mercado. Congressman Momo, Chairperson of the House Committee on Public Works, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to extend our thanks to DPWH family, especially to the Secretary and all the officials for their presentation this afternoon. We would like to request that the list that we requested from you be submitted to the chair so that we can do the review already. Rest assured that in the next hearings that we might be having in the future, sigurado ho may hearing tayong gagawin. We'll go deeper into the problems really. And based on that report coming from you, this will be our important tool to go deeper into the problem. And rest assured that we will go deeper into the details of this problem, even up to the project engineers who handled the project. So talagang isa-isahin natin yan para at least makita natin yung problema. It's either corruption, it's either mismanagement, or it's either poor engineering, or other contributory factors that leads to the defects in the construction of these flood controls. Again, thank you, and we'll be seeing you in the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Momo. As a final point, I think we would like to thank the entire department for attending po the briefing today. Secretary, thank you. Undersecretaries, thank you. Assistant Secretaries and Regional Directors, we thank you for attending today the hearing of the House Committee on Public Accounts. And I think moving forward, as we go into actual exhaustive hearings on the flood control projects, I think it is the wisdom of Congress to undertake a tri-committee, and we are announcing it today, that the House Public Accounts Committee, House Public Works Committee, and the House Good Government Committee will undertake this full congressional review relating to flood control projects, not just on the list, but also on the corruption allegations that are being made relating to flood control projects. No? So we hope that we can get the support of the department, and we hope we can continue to work together. Kasi hindi naman po ito para sa atin, kundi para po sa ating pumbayan. Maraming salamat po. Magandang gabi.
On this note, Mr. Chairman, I move that we adjourn our meeting.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. No objections. Thank you po.
Kaya pong tumanggi sa mga information natin.